Good morning, delegates, and welcome to the 2024 Science Day. Welcome also to those attending online. My name is Jessica Mance, and I'm a Specialized Environmental Officer at the South African Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. I'm responsible for the assessment of dumping at sea permit applications under South Africa's Integrated Coastal Management Act. It is a privilege for me, as Vice Chair of the Scientific Groups, to welcome you to the Science Day. We have prepared an interesting program for you today, with speakers from 6 different countries and 10 different organizations. The LC-LP regime promotes a balance between marine environment protection and measures intended to address climate change. The contracting parties to the LC and LP have taken groundbreaking steps to mitigate the impacts of increasing concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and to ensure that new technologies with the potential to cause harm to the marine environment are effectively controlled and regulated. Today, we have the unique opportunity to hear about how CCS is being researched, assessed, and regulated in various countries. We will also get an overview of global CCS activities and ship design for CO2 transportation. This promises to be an exciting day of knowledge sharing and intellectually stimulating discussion. We encourage you to participate and to ask questions. I will now hand over to Dr. Yon Chang, the second Vice Chair, for his introduction and the logistical arrangements for the day.
Good morning, and also good afternoon and good evening to the online participants. I am Yon Chang, and I am currently a research scientist in the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. I am honored to have the privilege to participate in the scientific group meetings since 2018 as part of the delegation of the Republic of Korea. I feel very fortunate to work with the Vice Chair, Ms. Jessica Mance, and the Chair, Dr. Christian Munay of the scientific groups. Before to start, we wish to provide some information for today's event. This symposium is being held in hybrid mode in both online and offline. So the audience in this room are invited to use your headset to have a better hearing. We have one online presentation, and a pre-recorded video will be played to avoid any unpredictable connection issue. And all presentations except for the online presentation will be followed by live Q&A session. But the Q&A session will be only open to the pre-registered participants who received a link to the Science Day. It is also noted that the Science Day is to be live streamed to the public through IMO YouTube channel, and the slide will be uploaded onto the public IMO website after the symposium. Therefore, those who have not been registered can still watch the symposium in real time or even later through the YouTube channel. Today's symposium is coordinated by the Vice Chairs of the scientific group, and I would like to briefly introduce the presenters. And the Ms. Jessica Mance, the first Vice Chair, will lead the Q&A session after each presentation, and also the discussion session after all of the presentations. And one more thing, the camera to help the remote participant is located in the center of this room and cannot cover the podium over there. So I would like to kindly request that the presenters do not have to stand at the podium, but sit here next to me during the presentation and also during the Q&A session. Also, I would like to give some time to the presenters so that they can introduce themselves. And while doing that, the camera can have the chance to show the presenters to the online participants and also to those who watch the YouTube. Thank you for your understanding. Now I would like to introduce Ms. Ju-hyun Park for the introductory talk. Ms. Park has been working as a senior professional officer in the Office of London Convention and the London Protocol and Office Ocean Affairs since 2023. Before that, she was a senior deputy director of the Shipbuilding and Plant Division of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy of the Republic of Korea. Now I will give the floor to Ms. Park so she can introduce herself and start to introduce the talk with the topic of London Protocol and CCS at sea. Please welcome Ms. Park for her introductory talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Yon, and thank you, everyone. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon and good evening to all attendees online as well. Yeah, welcome to Science Day Symposium today. My name is Ju-hyun Park, and as Yon just mentioned, and I'm the Secretariat of the IMO as the SPO in the Office of London Convention and Protocol and Ocean Affairs. It has been a while since the Science Day has been held at this IMO Headquarters, London, in 2017. Actually, for me, this is the first time participating in Science Day, and I'm really excited to be able to welcome you to London and very pleased to deliver an introductory presentation. So, yeah, before we get into the presentations, I just wanted to provide a very brief overview of the London Convention and Protocol and CCS. Today's Science Day is attended by most of the delegates of the scientific groups meeting this week, along with a lot of additional experts, particularly in the topic we are covering today. We are really interesting presentations covering details today, so I'm not going to explain everything in detail, but I will just briefly introduce London Convention and Protocol first, because I'm aware that there may be people online who are not familiar with the treaties. And then I will present the progress on the London Protocol amendments to regulate CCS at sea. So London Convention and Protocol, they are two separate global treaties that prevent pollution from the dumping of waste at sea. The first one was the London Convention, which was one of the first global conventions to protect the marine environment from human activities. Subsequently, countries adopted the London Protocol to modernize the London Convention with the intention of replacing it, and the protocol entered into force in 2006, and currently it has 54 member states. The protocol provides a precautionary approach, which means under the protocol, all dumping is prohibited unless explicitly permitted. So now I want to show you that what types of waste can be considered for dumping at sea, which is stipulated in Annex 1 to the London Protocol. Basically, all forms of waste are prohibited from being dumped at sea. However, according to the London Protocol Annex 1, 7 types of waste can be dumped at sea under specific conditions. Also, the conditions are outlined in Annex 2 of the LP. As most of us are aware, in 2006, contracting parties decided to include CO2 streams within the list of materials can be considered for dumping in Annex 1. And as I just mentioned, the Annex 2 of the London Protocol stipulates the circumstances or conditions that dumping permit can be issued. With that, the waste assessment guidelines, they are providing a more detailed assessment process. I don't believe that I need to explain every step in this slide here, but I just want to highlight 2 points, just because they are similar to the case of CCS guidelines. First, these 8 steps of the guidelines, they are aimed at minimizing the impact on marine environment, and they are quite common steps applied for other specific guidelines for assessment. So you will find a similar process in the specific guidelines for CO2 streams. Second, this process consists of 8 steps, but it's not a step-by-step or a linear process. As you can see from the diagram, this is an iterative process with many feedback loops. And now I'd like to move on to the background of why London Protocol began to regulate carbon capture and storage assay. CCS technology is really not a new concept. It has been developed and utilized for quite some time. However, with recognition of its role for achieving the net zero goals by the COP17 meeting or IEA's report, the deployment has gained momentum in recent years. Because the London Protocol really aimed at protecting and preserving the marine environment from all sources of pollution, contracting parties have been responding to regulate the CCS-SC. So now here, we can see the brief progress of the London Protocol amendments for regulating CCS-SC and CO2 export. As I mentioned, in 2006, contracting parties adopted the amendment again, decided to include the CO2 streams in the LP Annex 1. This was to provide the basis for regulation of CO2 sequestration in sub-seabed geological formation. And this amendment came into force shortly in 2007. Subsequently, in 2009, contracting parties adopted the amendment again, and this enabled the export of CO2 streams for sequestration. As of today, there have been only 11 acceptances for this amendment, and it has not yet entered into force, which means indicating that it's still pending. So in response, parties adopted a resolution to allow the provisional application of the 2009 amendment, and it enables countries that declare the provisional application to export CO2 streams for the purpose of permanent sequestration in sub-seabed. Currently, 8 parties have declared provisional application. Furthermore, the first bilateral agreement between Belgium and Denmark was notified to the IMO in late 2022. Even prior to the first amendment of LP in 2006, parties developed the CCS guidance, which is the risk assessment and management framework. Subsequently, parties established specific guidelines to further elaborate the assessment process of CO2 streams. According to the London Protocol and these specific guidelines, CO2 streams must undergo a rigorous 8-step process to receive a permit for dumping. Rather than explaining every step detailed here, I just wanted to emphasize that these steps are developed to address the risks associated with CO2 sequestration in sub-seabed geological formations across all time scales. As a result, these guidelines' main focus is to deal with the potential effects on the marine environment near the receiving formations. In addition, in 2013, parties established the guidelines on the export of CO2 streams. So now, countries interested in the exporting and receiving of CO2 streams between each other can do so by declaring the provisional application of 2009 amendment and signing an agreement or arrangement. And such an agreement or arrangement should include confirmation and allocation of permitting responsibilities between the exporting and receiving countries. Additionally, parties that entered into force such an agreement or arrangement must notify the IMO. And in this page, I'm happy to inform you that we have presenters from IEA GHG, and we can see him in the picture. Yeah, he's very focusing in the meeting. Yeah. Okay. So, in conclusion, so far we've seen the rapidly increasing interest in CCS and the London Protocol and its guidelines. Over the past years, we have accumulated much more experiences in implementing CCS projects and guidelines compared to when the specific guidelines of CCS were developed. It was 17 years ago. This accumulated experience is really important in determining what to do for the next step and in determining whether updates the guidelines are needed. With that, we have been sharing the experiences and questions actively at the meetings of governing bodies and scientific groups meetings. Particularly last year, parties established a correspondence group on experiences with the CCS guidelines co-led by Australia and Japan. And we also established the working group on CCS during the meeting this week. These groups and discussions have been facilitating further sharing of experiences. In this regard, I believe sharing and exchanging more experiences and questions on the guidelines at today's symposium really matter as well. And I hope we can get more insights from truly interesting presentations lined up today. Now, I think I've covered everything necessary for a brief introduction today. I really hope you have an interesting day. Thank you for your attention. And now I will hand back to the chair for today.
Thank you, Ms. Park, for that informative presentation, which provided the important background to CCS under the London Protocol. I will now hand over to Jan to introduce the next presenter.
Okay. Our next speaker, and actually the first presentation of today, is Mr. Tom Dixon. Mr. Dixon is the director and the general manager of IEAGHG. And the title of his presentation is Review of Global CCS Development Offshore. And I expect Mr. Dixon can introduce himself in more detail.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the organisation of today. Greetings, everybody. And welcome. Tim Dixon, I'm the head of IEAGHG, and my role today is to provide a overview and update on global CCS developments worldwide. Keyboard, okay. First of all, just to say that my organisation, IEAGHG, we're an international research organisation in CCS. We've been around since 1991. We were set up by the International Energy Agency, but we are not part of the International Energy Agency, so anything I say does not count as their views. But we do use their material, and they use our material. And our role is funding research in carbon capture and storage. And just for those of you who may be new to this topic, I'm going to give a very brief introduction to what carbon capture and storage is, why we're looking at it as a planet, and then some of the regulatory developments briefly. Jill Hyun's covered those well for the London Protocol, and then I'll give an update on the global developments in projects. So carbon capture and storage essentially is capturing carbon dioxide, the main greenhouse gas, capturing it from large point sources and injecting it deep beneath the ground so that it does not act as a greenhouse gas. And so any large point source of carbon dioxide this can be applied to, for example, power generation from gas, coal, or from biomass, from industrial processes such as gas processing, from industrial processes such as cement production, where there is no low-carbon alternative, iron and steel production, and it can even capture CO2 from the atmosphere through direct air capture. Now, that's the cartoon that describes CCS. The one thing wrong with that cartoon is the scale of the storage, because we inject at least 1,000 meters deep And this is to scale. This is a real project based in Canada, onshore project, capturing CO2 from a coal power station that's injecting 3,000 meters deep. And it gives you an idea of the geology. There's many different geological formations between the reservoir and the surface, some of which are potential reservoirs, some of which are trapping formations. And understanding those is really important in the site characterization aspects of permitting CO2 geological storage. So why are we looking at it? Well, we go to the science of climate change and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, and in all of their scenarios, there is a role for CCS being applied along with all the other CO2 mitigation and greenhouse gas mitigation technologies. And what they do point out as well in different reports is that if CCS is not in that portfolio of mitigation technologies, the costs of achieving the climate goals increase significantly. This was carried through into the most recent IPCC reports in the AR6 series, again highlighting the role for CCS along with other mitigation technologies, but also pointing out that on the planet, the geological storage capacity is around 1,000 gigatons, which is far more than is actually needed for its role in these scenarios if we were to achieve the more ambitious goal of 1.5 degrees C. But in their good work that draws upon just peer-reviewed literature, they also point out that there's not enough policy instruments in place to stimulate CCS projects. My colleagues in the International Energy Agency, they produced their own scenarios and reports, and in 2020 they produced a special report on CCUS, and I think they summarized nicely why people are looking at this and trying to deploy it as a technology, because it can be retrofitted to existing CO2 sources, so you can tackle emissions from your existing energy assets. It can be bolted onto the chimney, basically. Also, really importantly, whilst in the power sector, we have options for low-carbon electricity generation from wind and solar, hydro and nuclear. With some industry sectors, there was very hard or no options to decarbonise. As I mentioned, cement and steel. And there's a possibility of decarbonising aviation through the creation of synthetic aviation fuels as well. Hydrogen as an energy vector has a potential lot of applications, again in the hard-to-abate regions and areas such as heavy transport, ship transport, domestic and industrial heating, and CCS on natural gas can also provide low-cost, low-carbon hydrogen, and removing CO2 from the atmosphere through direct air capture or bioenergy with CCS. So that's why people are looking at it, along with the other mitigation options. Ready for the COP in COP26 in Glasgow, the IEA produced their net zero roadmap for the energy sector, because the energy sector is the main source of CO2. And in that got the headlines, because you may remember it said about no new developments of new oil and gas fields within this should be needed if you do all of the things they put in this roadmap. But within that, by 2035, for CCS and carbon dioxide removal, 4 gigatons per year would be captured. Now, the 4 gigatons a year is 100 times more than we're doing at the moment from the projects we have. Just bringing this up to date, the International Energy Agency realised that we're not on track in general in terms of mitigation, and so they produced their credible pathways to 1.5 for actions to be done this decade by 2030, and there are 4 pillars for action: decarbonising electricity, reducing deforestation to zero, tackling methane emissions, and carbon management through carbon capture and storage and carbon dioxide removal. And this got encapsulated by an initiative that the US launched at the Major Economies Forum in April last year, the Carbon Management Challenge, and this was then launched at COP28 in Dubai, the UNFCCC COP. And of note here is not so much the 19 countries that have signed up to scale up CCS and CDR, but the fact that in the lead countries, US, UK, Canada, also Brazil and Indonesia leading that, two developing countries. So that's the need. My colleagues also updated their roadmap. The scale of CCS, the role of CCS's participation has gone down because projects have not been built since they developed the last roadmap 3 years ago. And whilst the project pipeline is increasing in terms of projects being assessed, feasibility studies, development, if all of those projects that are in feasibility stages now were to reach investment decisions and construction and operation, that would still only be a third of what's needed in their net zero by 2050 roadmap. So we're not doing enough. And the IEA World Energy Outlook also summarises on CCS that current policies are wholly insufficient. So that's a scene setting on why we're looking at CCS. The UNFCCC Paris Agreement that we're operating now globally for the climate targets based upon the nationally determined contributions. In those those NDCs, which are looking to 2030, only 23 have explicitly got CCS in. And you might think that's low, but these are NDCs that are looking at mitigation actions just in this decade up to 2030. The Paris Agreement also requires countries to put in place their long-term strategies to mid-century, and here a lot more of these have CCS in. 71 countries submitted, 48 have CCS, and that's because countries are realising that they're doing the easier to do mitigation now. They've got to go beyond that to achieve the net zero by mid-century. They've got to apply CCS to the hard to abate parts of their economic activity. So really importantly, from the London Convention, London Protocol's perspective, how do we ensure environmental protection? How do we ensure that geological storage is safe and secure? And we now have a range of international regulations. I have to say that the London Protocol was the first in 2006, and Ju Hyun's given a nice description of those. The UNFCCC included it in the Kyoto Protocol from 2011 for developing countries. And we now even have ISO developing standards for capture performance, geological storage, pipeline transport, etc. And several countries have also got, and regions have got, regulations on geological storage. The EU with the CCS directive, the US with their EPA storage regulations, Australia, Japan, Canada have as well. And all of these are based upon the IPCC's Greenhouse Gas Inventory Guidelines that updated its chapter with a new chapter in 2006 on CO2 geological storage. And I should mention here, for countries that do not have regulations in place yet, my colleagues in the International Energy Agency have a handbook on how to develop legal and regulatory frameworks for CCS that was updated in 2022. So just go back a step to why we're looking at CCS, and the IPCC did a special report in 2005, and they did conclude that it was worth pursuing as a mitigation option, but for well-selected, well-designed and well-managed sites. That's the role of regulation, to ensure that project operators select sites well, design them and operate them well. I made reference to the IPCC guidelines for greenhouse gas inventories. They looked at they produced the guidelines that every country follows to report every greenhouse gas emitted in a country's jurisdiction. For CO2 geological storage, they realised that an emissions factor-based approach would not work. It has to be on the more rigorous Tier 3 approach, which is based upon measurement and monitoring. And this is the methodology they came up with around site characterisation of the geological storage site, assessment of the risk of leakage, simulation and modelling of the CO2 behaviour in the storage reservoir, a monitoring plan, and then reporting of both the CO2 injected and the CO2 should it leak from the storage site or from the injection processes. And for appropriately selected and managed sites, this supports a zero leakage assumption, unless the monitoring indicates otherwise. And this basic methodology underpins all of the regulations that were developed since, including those of the London Protocol. Juhan's covered the London Protocol developments very well, so you know the history there, the amendment in 2006 to the annex to add CCS, the CO2 specific guidelines produced in 2007, and it moved relatively quickly. And I like using this slide. It's a 2005 slide from Plymouth Marine Laboratory, but it's in the consideration then by the scientific group here. We were looking at the risks to the marine environment of storing CO2 in the sub-seabed. What happens if CO2 leaks into the marine environment? That coincided with the realization about the impacts of the CO2 from the atmosphere being absorbed by the Earth's oceans and causing ocean acidification, particularly in the surface layers of the oceans. And this slide shows the range of surface layer pH over 20 million years. And then in 2005, we were about 370 parts per million, 380 parts per million CO2 in the atmosphere, and we'd already moved the surface layer pH out of its 20 million year range. Obviously now, we're in 2024, we're at 420 parts per million, moving it further out. That has significant implications on seawater chemistry and on the ecosystems and on things that form calcium carbonate bodies such as phytoplankton, and there's a photo of a coccolithophore there, that if we get much further, the seawater chemistry will work against their formation of their bodies, their shells. So that realization about the damage we're doing through atmospheric CO2, I think, was a stimulus to the London Protocol moving on this one particular technology that was in this context as well. And also why we want to ensure there is no leakage of CO2 from the sub-seabed. Just to show you the detail of the amendment, the term overwhelmingly was put in there to define the CO2 stream, but acknowledging that there may be incidental associated substances from the source material and other factors involved in the process, and really importantly, no other waste can be added for the purpose of dumping. The level of incidental associated substances should be based upon their impacts both on the marine environment and human health, but also their impacts, potential impacts on the integrity of storage sites and the transport infrastructure. And that's a reference there to the scientific group meeting that developed those. OSPAR is the regional translation of the London Protocol for the North East Atlantic. That moved very quickly afterwards, following the similar requirements for permit issuance, and actually going a bit further to explicitly prohibit storage in the water column. And both London and OSPAR have their guidelines for issuing permits. They're basically an environmental impact assessment process. Juhan mentioned these and showed this slide as well, showing the CO2 specific guidelines requirements which conclude with an impact hypothesis that should be produced before a site is permitted. So coming to what IAGHG, my organisation, does in this arena, is we fund research and provide evidence base around carbon capture and storage and carbon dioxide removal where it involves geological storage of the CO2. And being a participant in these meetings, we heard regularly the requests from Greenpeace in particular for sharing of experiences, for sharing of the permitting information from the offshore projects that were being developed or were operational. So our contribution was to look at one project site that had been permitted, and that was in the Netherlands for the Road CCS project using the P18 field offshore. They'd got their permit from the Dutch regulator. The European Commission had given them approval or an opinion positively as well. Now the European, so I mentioned the London Protocol requirements. The OSPAR requirements are very, very similar. And because most of the OSPAR parties are European member states, the European CCS directive also reflects the OSPAR requirements, which reflect the London Protocol requirements. So our logic was, if they've got approval under the European CCS directive, they should be meeting many of the requirements of the London Protocol. But how do we know? So we commissioned TNO, a Dutch agency, to look at the permit documents for the road project site. There's 1,100 pages in Dutch, and they went through and they assessed those against the 56 requirements of the London Protocol CO2 specific guidelines to see whether these 56 requirements were met. This was a qualitative assessment more than a quantitative, but the specific guidelines requirements themselves are also qualitative in nature and not quantitative. And in their conclusions, then, looking at this, they did conclude that of the 56 requirements, about 80% were met. There was sufficient information to make a reasonable decision that there was a positive conclusion, and that the Dutch regulator was involved in this process, this study as well as the Dutch operator of the project. But there was about 18% of the London Protocol CO2 specific guidelines requirements were only partially met or incomplete. So we've separated them into the consideration of the waste, physical and chemical properties, the action list, characterization of the subsurface, assessment of potential effects, monitoring and mitigation, and the permit conditions. And there was a small number that were not met of the CO2 guidelines requirements in this. So what obviously is most interest is the partial or the non-met requirements of the 56. And the report highlights these. It includes the looking at other disposal options. But if I remind you that the London Protocol concluded that the decision on which CO2 streams should go for offshore storage is really up for a country's energy and climate policy, not for the London Protocol. So that's why that was not included here. The second one on the toxicity and potential for bioaccumulation, the storage site that the P18 field is I think it's about 20 kilometers offshore, but it's 3,000 meters deep. It's a depleted gas reservoir, under pressured because of the natural gas has been produced, with a single well for access. And they concluded in the site characterization and the risk assessment that there was negligible risk of leakage. And so their environmental impact assessment aspects were only partially covered because they just could not see a scenario for the CO2 getting into the marine environment from the storage reservoir. And that's part of the explanation for why that information was not provided to the Dutch regulator within the environmental impact assessment that was provided and undertaken for this specific project. The one thing that was not included was the requirement for permits to be reviewed at regular intervals. So that's on the regulator to require that, and also the national action list aspect, the development of a screening tool. Again, that was on the national regulator to have that in place for the Netherlands. They didn't make reference to it in the documents for this particular project. So anyway, I recommend this report. We had it presented by TNO in the annual meeting of the contracting parties to the London Protocol, LC 38, I think it was, in 2016. It's freely available, and I wished it would be included in the considerations for the ongoing correspondence group work on permitting experiences. And also because this work is, whilst the road project did not proceed the same storage site as the one that's being used for the Portos project in the Netherlands that is proceeding. So whilst it would have to be re-permitted because the CO2 streams will be different going to that, the basic facts around the storage site would stay the same. So its relevance is still there for the Dutch regulators to draw upon, or for the wider world to draw upon. It did produce some recommendations in the report, like it should be more explicit about meeting the London Protocol requirements. It should highlight the impact hypothesis at the end, although they did say also in the report that the conclusions of the risk assessment process in effect are the impact hypothesis, but it needs to be more explicit. Because they considered that there was negligible risk of leakage, they didn't do a site-specific impact assessment on the marine environment, but whether the data that we've got from other projects, sites, such as STEM CCS, could be used in its place, and the question of the action list and updating permits on there. Also in the London Protocol CO2-specific guidelines is a requirement for an economic feasibility aspect, and they queried what really was that background to that, and the role for public participation could be clearer, although that's a really important aspect of offshore projects. Joo Hyun mentioned the export amendment as well. Thanks for that update, and that's the details of that. And just wanted to thank my colleagues here at IMO for co-authoring a report, because we realised also that for the wider world, the guidance documents that were amended for export and for transboundary CO2 storage, they're buried in the annexes of London Protocol meeting reports. So we've drawn them out into an IHHG report that's available with the full references back to the London Protocol documents themselves. In terms of export of CO2, Joo Hyun mentioned the first bilateral agreement between Denmark and Belgium. Also this year, there has been a bilateral agreement between Denmark and France. And on Monday this week, there was a bilateral agreement announced between Netherlands and Norway. And also in this context, sorry, I don't have a slide on this, but the European Commission did its own analysis in 2022 and concluded that the CCS directive worked as an appropriate arrangement, because there needs to be an arrangement or agreement in place to make sure that all the permit conditions are met. The CCS directive in Europe serves as an appropriate CCS arrangement, and it's just that other aspects not covered by that should be covered by these bilateral agreements. And that's essentially around the permitting responsibilities between the two parties. And to my reading of those three MOUs, each one of those does specify the permitting responsibilities. So the last thing I'll say in 5 minutes is just a quick global update then. My colleagues in the Global CCS Institute produce a great report every year on the global status of CCS. Yes, there's only 41 projects in operation, but there's over 300 in different stages of development, many in Europe and North America. But what we do as IAGHG, we do have a specific workshop series looking at offshore CCS, offshore geological storage in particular. And this was set up with the University of Texas and stimulated by a recommendation from the Carbon Sequestration Leadership Forum. And we held our 6th workshop in this series in September last year, hosted by the University of Aberdeen here in the UK. So this was set up as a request from the Carbon Sequestration Leadership Forum around international knowledge sharing. Why are people looking offshore for geological storage? Well, this is a geological map of sedimentary thickness showing the potential storage globally. But what's significant, there are several benefits, including that the ownership of the pore space is more straightforward offshore in many countries compared to onshore. Also, the proximity of the storage geology to major industrial sources of CO2 that are often along coastlines as well. So in this workshop series, I won't go through these in detail, but the first one we had in Texas in 2016, 13 countries attended, and these workshops are about sharing knowledge between those countries doing the offshore projects operationally and those countries who are interested. So we had 4 projects operational offshore in Norway, Japan, and the Netherlands, and so it was about sharing their experience and knowledges with other countries. The second workshop the following year was also in Texas, and IHHG, we produced reports of these workshops. We try and draw conclusions and recommendations at the end, and they're public reports on our website. The third workshop was hosted by Norway. The fourth workshop was also hosted by Norway in 2020 and was in conjunction with the EU's STEM CCS project, which was a large controlled release of CO2 in the North Sea seabed to test monitoring sensors and techniques and mounts and methods for detecting leakage of CO2, and it produced a lot of really good work, and we do have confidence now in offshore leakage monitoring and quantification through the results of the STEM CCS project. For that meeting, we did a quick map. This was thanks to an intern at the University of Texas who just put on the map countries who are active in offshore storage, so Brazil as well, and also the countries in blue are the ones interested. And the US very much wanting to learn from other countries in this scenario. Our next workshop was back in the US in New Orleans, just after COVID. That's the range of topics we looked at, similar for each of these, including an international project roundup, where we get updates from projects. And the last workshop, as I mentioned, was in Aberdeen last September, where we had the project roundup. We looked at monitoring developments, we looked at transport developments, interaction with other users of the seabed in the UK, North Sea perspective in particular with offshore wind, legal and regulatory and accounting developments, environmental aspects as well. And that report is available from us. I think we had 60 people in person and 130 people online for that hybrid meeting. The projects we looked at, we had updates from in that meeting, were from the UK, Greece, USA, Portugal, Norway, South Korea, Netherlands, Australia, Taiwan, Australia, and Timor-Leste in Southeast Asia. We had updates from all of those from those organisations on the right-hand side. And we also provided summary updates from other projects who were not able to give updates, including the 2 long-running projects in Norway, Sleipner and Snøhvit, but also the ones being developed in Denmark of notable importance there. So with those projects, that's a lot of activity. There's only 4 of those are currently operational, and the others are in different stages of development and feasibility study or construction. We had a colleague, Naomi Clark, an intern at IHHG, very kindly produced this map of the projects under development that was shared at this meeting. The colour-coded dots, if you can see those, are yellow for use for storage in deep saline formations. Red is for use of depleted oil and gas reservoirs, and purple where there may be both, or grey where it's uncertain. But that's the distribution of projects operational or in development around the world at the moment. And Naomi also looked at the characteristics of those about 30 projects. About a third are using deep saline formations, 53% using depleted oil and gas fields. In terms of transport of the CO2 to the storage sites, about half are through pipeline, and about a third are through ship and pipeline, and about 10% planning on ship-only use. In terms of the infrastructure, 55% we're going to reuse existing infrastructure, and about 16% said it was going to be new infrastructure. So some characteristics there of the storage project side. And in the conclusions from that particular meeting, interesting number of projects in development, but we come back to that's still not enough projects in order to meet the scenarios that the IEA and IPCC have for CCS rolling climate targets. Spatial resource allocation is a strategic issue around uses of the seabed and the subsurface there. So collaboration between the different users is really important. It does take time to apply for licenses and permits, and in the UK case for the North Sea Transition Authority, in their permitting operations, they've worked out a way through issuing a few permits on an ad hoc basis to improve the process, to take a year off that permitting process. The fact that the just transition for environmental justice in terms of human population and workforce is being recognised within CCS projects, especially in the US, where it's a requirement of the US Department of Energy. The monitoring plans are maturing and being approved by regulators, and that sets a precedent for the level of detail and requirements that are needed. And I personally noted that some of the MMV plants now are making use of the tools developed by the STEM CCS project. Community benefits are key still, even with offshore storage. The fact that we've got the tools for environmental monitoring, but the gap is some development of some monitoring techniques for use around wind farms, where geological storage formation may have a wind farm on the seabed above that. It makes using seismic techniques more difficult. And just to end with, the next workshop in this series will be in Texas again at Port Arthur in September this year. You're all very welcome to attend. And more than that, we welcome suggestions for agenda items that we can address in this meeting. And so the points made by Greenpeace on Monday, I would like those again. I made a good note of those, and we'll look at those areas and see whether we can make agenda items to discuss those in more detail based upon the experiences that we've got or the gaps that there may be and how we can address those. So that's a quick review of global CCS developments offshore, and happy to take any questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon, for the overview of global CCS developments, which serves to set the scene for the day. I would now like to open the floor for any questions on Mr. Dixon's presentation. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tim, for such a comprehensive opening presentation. We're particularly pleased that you raised again the TNO study. We were very grateful at the time that that was something that had been organised because we felt that there was almost an assumption that everything would go right, and therefore certain things in the assessment weren't perhaps so necessary. But we always feel we should be asking not just what do we think, but how do we know, and what happens if we're wrong? And I think that those kinds of questions do get at those issues. And I think I would agree with you that it would be great to have that report as part of the CCS discussions going forwards, because I think it did have some very important guidance and lessons going forwards. I had 3 questions quickly. Firstly, you mentioned the 4 pillars, among which were decarbonising the energy sector and carbon capture and storage as part of that. If we don't find a way to limit the application of CCS to hard-to-abate sectors rather than retrofitting to fossil fuel power, how do we ensure that we're not working against decarbonisation as a priority? Because I think if it remains a possibility that any source of CO2 is possible, we may not be able to to break the link with fossil fuels. Secondly, as things stand, and I'm glad you also raised the global CCS Institute reports. They're a very valuable source of information on global developments. But at the moment, what those show is that still the majority of CCS is used for enhanced oil recovery. Now, that balance may change in the future, but is there a way in which that there can be a clearer break between enhanced oil recovery and the kinds of approaches that you were focusing on today? Or is it always going to be the case that that enhanced oil recovery and therefore more exploitation of fossil fuels is going to be linked to CCS? And the final thing is, although we understand, of course, that CCS relies on the assumption of zero leakage, what can we do if it does leak, other than controlling the well pressure or perhaps stopping injection? Are there other opportunities that are emerging or being investigated as to what could practically be done if there was a leak that was not associated with the well itself, but something further away from the injection site? What are our options at that stage in order to stop the leak getting worse? Thank you.
Thank you, Greenpeace. Mr. Dixon, would you like to respond?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Greenpeace, for those questions. On the hard to abate topic, I think there's two aspects to that. We want to decrease the use of fossil fuels in general, but even with the most optimistic renewable electricity provision, with variable sources of wind and solar, there needs to be some balancing of supply of electricity. And so many economies are looking to gas with CCS. Or if you're going to use gas power generation, you need to decarbonise that to achieve net zero. And so that's the potential for it being used there. And really it's up to countries to decide on how they decarbonise. And what's important is the CO2 emissions to the atmosphere, because that's what's causing global warming and climate change. With the EOR projects, historically, the operational projects were EOR-based, but most of the new projects around the world are not EOR-based, they're straight storage-based, and the incentives for new projects are very much steered to straight storage. And if you look at the US incentives, for example, their 45Q tax credits, just don't quote me on the numbers, but I think it's about double for straight storage compared to storage through enhanced oil recovery. And all of the new projects under development in the US, my understanding is they're all straight storage for that reason. And all of the offshore projects, the 30 projects we just described, they are all straight storage as well. So the future is not EOR, as far as I can see, it's straight storage. And on your last question, this is a really important question that we've been looking at with others for over 20 years about if there is leakage. So firstly, the most likely leakage path, should it occur, will be through the engineered barrier in the cap rock, the well. We do have good experience in well fault remediation for the oil and gas industry experiences. We have confidence in that being able to be undertaken for CO2 leakage through wells, but it is the major focus in the risk assessment on every CO2 geological storage project. Absolutely. For non-well leakage, that is much harder, as you imply, to deal with. But when we're looking at CO2 in the subsurface, what we've realised is that it is a reactive compound. If the likelihood of it reaching the surface through other routes is very minimal, there's many things that will happen to it on the way between the storage reservoir 3,000 meters deep in the surface, such that it's very hard to create a scenario where it does reach the surface. Nonetheless, we need to be ready for that, and the monitoring techniques and tools have been developed, including for large area surveys, should they be needed, using AUVs. And the scale of such leakage would be minimal because of all the processes that would happen to the CO2 between the reservoir and the surface as well. So that was partly in the conclusions of the IPCC inventory guidelines work in 2006. But it is, there's the right questions to ask, and there's a lot of research dollars have gone into that area, including, as I mentioned on Monday, we've had to engineer and create leaks in order to test these theories onshore and offshore, so that we can have confidence in the monitoring in particular. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the good presentation. My question would be on the use of CCS on ships, and kindly if you could advise, how do you see CCS being used on ship as one way of addressing climate change and meeting our decarbonization targets? And also, what would be the requirements for the ships transporting the captured carbon to the site? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that interesting question. CCS on ships is actually a topic that's been looked at because of the emissions, the CO2 emissions from ships, and techniques are being developed. And there is the potential for CO2 capture of the CO2, and then when the ship gets to port, it can then unload the CO2 at an appropriate facility for geological storage. And in fact, one of the projects being developed at the moment is the Northern Lights project in Norway, which is designed specifically to receive CO2 by ship from other sites in Northern Europe. It's very good because it's enabling CO2 capture to be fitted at industrial sites that might not have wanted to develop their own site-specific storage. And then the two ships that are being constructed for that transport of CO2 at the moment, but those ships have just been launched in the last 2 weeks, still being fitted at the moment. But the next series of ships they're looking at would have CO2 capture built onto them. And I don't know the technique yet, but that is a serious consideration by that project. And in terms of requirements of the ships for transport, we do have a presentation later this morning from Sean Bond from ABS Europe about ship transport. So he's better placed to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning to all, and many thanks to Tim for your very informative presentation. I would like to keep on discussing this issue of hard to abate emissions. And my question is actually, so you did not really give an answer to the question by Greenpeace. You said that we need to see that it's hard to transpose the production supply of electricity from now fossil fuel to really renewables in a very quick period of time. So this is difficult. So we need CCS for the sequestration of emissions from electricity production, and then it's also an issue for the national policies. But I would like to ask, is this not one of the most important questions with regard to carbon capture and storage, for what emissions we would like to use this technology? We have three options for all emissions. We have the option to use this technique to sequester hard to abate emissions, and we have also the option to use it to achieve negative emissions. So we have three options, and how to deal with these options in order to come up with a clever and reasonable climate change policy? Is this not an issue which needs to be scientifically investigated? And so this is the answer to this question is yes or no, but maybe you can elaborate a bit more on that. So this is my first question. And secondly, you did not really mention so much the option of CCU. So in you talked about one strategy and with four components, but in this strategy, CCU was not mentioned. But how do you see the relationship between CCS and CCU in the next years? Many thanks.
Okay, thanks for those questions. Again, I would start with, it's up to each country on how it decarbonises its economic activity, industrial and power generation. My point on the renewable energy supply of electricity, of getting the maximum electricity from renewables is obviously ideal. I think when we were here on Monday, I don't know if you know, but the UK had 72% of its electricity from renewables on Monday. It was very windy and it was very sunny. But we have to have something supplying electricity for when it's not sunny and when it's less windy. And that's the role of power generation from fossil fuels then. There's still likely to be a role, and that needs to be decarbonised. And you can't say that it's, hard to abate sectors, you need to decarbonise those, but it's no better to say don't fit CCS to fossil fuel power generation. That CO2 is just as harmful to the atmosphere. And as I think we had in some of the discussion on Monday, the negative emissions aspect, the IPCC and the IEA do say that there are some greenhouse gas emissions that we do not have ways of mitigating, particularly from agriculture, for example. To achieve net zero, we do have to be able to go negative with some technologies. And so CCS it forms a way of doing that through direct air capture or biomass with CCS BECCS. But it really is up to each country's climate policy on how they achieve net zero within the emissions that they can control within their jurisdiction. On CCU, carbon capture and utilisation, that's not all CCU results in mitigation of CO2 emissions. As an organisation, our remit is around the mitigation of CO2 emissions. And the role of CCU also, in whether CO2 is locked up in products or in processes, the question is the permanence of that CO2 removal, because the CO2 removal needs to be from the atmosphere, kept from the atmosphere 4,000 years plus, but its storage in products doesn't necessarily guarantee that at all. And the permanence issue is core to that. So that is why the CCU is less addressed maybe in all the analysis that I've mentioned, is that it doesn't result in large-scale mitigation of CO2. And that's what we're here to do.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Seeing no further questions, I will now hand over to Jan to introduce our next presenters.
Thank you. The title of next presentation is Australia's implementation of the London Protocol under its Sea Dumping Act for Offshore CCS project. And we have three presenters, Dr. Andrew Ross, Dr. Linda Staller, and Ms. Heather Agnew from Australia. And I would like to invite Ms. Agnew to introduce herself and her colleagues for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those who are also online. That's fine. I'm Heather Agnew, the Director of the Sea Dumping Section at the Australian Government Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, and my team at the department is responsible for administering the London Protocol, including establishing the sea dumping permitting arrangements for the offshore carbon capture sequestration regulatory framework in Australia. I'm here today with my colleagues from Australia's National Science Agency, the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation, also known as CSIRO or CSIRO. We will talk about the development of Australia's National Action List for offshore CCS projects. Great. So firstly, I'll just give a brief overview of the content of our presentation. I'll give a brief snapshot of CCS in Australia, including some of the projects that are under development. I'll then provide some of the Australian context and the material that we used to form the requirements for the National Action List, and including our recently released interim National Action List. And then I'll pass over to my colleagues from CSIRO who will talk to you about the project to develop that action list before touching on the next steps for offshore CCS in Australia. So just to provide a brief introduction to CCS in Australia in the offshore space, the demand for CCS is increasing globally as more countries are looking for ways to decarbonise and meet their emissions reduction targets, as we just heard from our IEA GHG colleague. In Australia, we have a target to reduce our emissions to 43% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to reach net zero by 2050. CCS is seen as an important part of our portfolio of approaches to reduce Australia's emissions and achieve net zero, particularly for hard-to-abate sectors such as cement and chemical production. Australia has vast areas both onshore and offshore where there is potential to store large amounts of carbon dioxide underground, and there is considerable interest both domestically and internationally in using these reservoirs for carbon dioxide sequestration. The figure to the left of the slide is from Australia's National Carbon Mapping and Infrastructure Plan 2009, and it shows the availability of suitable regions for carbon dioxide storage. For those of you who might be at the back of the room, those are the green regions, so you can see it's quite a broad range of areas in Australia. And the figure on the right shows a selection of offshore CCS projects that are currently under development. There's various stages of development there, and I wouldn't worry if you're at the back of the room and can't see the details. The idea is just to give you a sense of the regions of the country where these projects are being considered. We've also included the one project that is operational. That's the Gorgon CCS project, although I do note that that is actually an onshore project. It's on an island, and therefore it's not within the London Protocol scope. And given Australia's significant suitable areas for offshore CCS, we expect to see an increase in CCS projects in line with the global shift towards emissions reduction and decarbonisation. So in terms of the domestic regulatory side, we have a Sea Dumping Act in Australia that regulates the loading and dumping of waste at sea. This includes carbon dioxide and the other London Protocol wastes as listed in the annexes. Proponents wanting to dispose of carbon dioxide in Australian waters using offshore CCS will require a sea dumping permit in accordance with that legislation. There's also other legislation in Australia that will regulate these projects, and approvals may be required underneath the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, which protects and manages nationally and internationally important plants, animals, habitats and places, and also our Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, which provides for the exploration of offshore geology for injection and storage of carbon dioxide, and also regulates carbon injection and storage activities. So we've got a range of different regulations for that, and just for context, the National Action List we're talking about today is very specific to the London Protocol and the Sea Dumping Act. So in terms of that, we've been preparing the National Action List for some time now to implement the new CCS permit category underneath the protocol. We identified the need of the action list in accordance with Annex 2 of the protocol, and we've also used input from the 2012 and the 2006 documents and guidance that the London Protocol has provided. And noting the technical nature of that work, I have CSIRO's representatives, Linda and Andy, here today who will expand on that in just one moment. But just for context for everyone, we released that interim national action list in February this year, and it will allow our permit applicants and also our assessments teams within government to use it as a screening tool to assess the suitability for carbon dioxide streams for disposal into sub-seabed geological formations. The interim list sets out substances for which the waste will need to be screened and sets the upper limit thresholds for each substance. The complete list is under development by CSIRO at the moment, and it will build on the interim list by considering more types of capture scenarios, and it will specify lower level substance concentrations where they may be appropriate. There is a QR code there for anybody who wants to go straight to the department's website and see the permit application forms and this document, but we will put them up again on the last slide so that people can have a look at them if they want to ask questions. In the meantime, I'll hand over to my colleagues from CSIRO.
All right, thank you, Heather. So I'll just start to talk about the rationale and the logic around how we've been constructing the interim national action list. And then I'll hand over to Linda, who will go into the technical detail. So in construction of the interim national action list, we really wanted to consider the carbon capture and storage value chain and to help guide us with the national action list development. And Tim's already talked a little bit about the value chain this morning. But early on, more traditional projects comprised a single source to sink approach, where the proponent was essentially managing their own emissions and storage location with no external or additional CO2 sources. And I think good examples of that are the Sleipner and Snøhvit projects in Norway as examples. Current CCS concepts include integration of multiple industries, each with their own capture systems feeding into a common user or CO2 gather system, i.e. a hub. And these might have single or multiple storage locations, such as the work that we're doing in Northern Territory on a low emissions hub. And off-takers may provide CO2 via pipelines or ships, and I think thinking about Northern Lights for that is a good example for the latter. And of course, Tim's talked about this morning also. Understanding the different examples of CCS value chain helps identify how incidental associated substances, or AISs, may become entrained in the CO2 stream, or reduced or removed during capture, compression and conditioning. And this helps develop the CO2 specifications for the interim national action list. So as Heather has already stated, the interim national action list sets out the upper limit threshold for specified incidental associated substances within a CO2 stream to be stored. We define which substances are to be included and propose where the upper limits propose upper limits, and these are proposed coming from a range of information. As we've already said on the previous slide, some of the data are from operational assets of actual CCS value chains, and we demonstrate that we're trying to demonstrate the value chain on the right-hand side of this slide here, and we'll just keep coming back to that as we go forward. During the design and development of CCS projects, there's been the development of standards, and again, Tim talked about that earlier on, and as well as proponent specifications for binding agreements for offtake to manage the risks, engineering risks, particularly for their projects. The specifications from ISO and proponents alike have been compared in our work with published values for human health short-term exposure limits, STELs, and Linda will talk about that later on. In addition, we've also had to consider how incidental associated substances are measured and understand the limits of detection of those substances, as they together will influence the substances under consideration and the limits to which they can be quantified under different circumstances. So let's walk ourselves through the value chain. So in tracking CO2 and associated incidental substances, concentrations through the value chain, we start by looking at the initial sources from which CO2 can be derived. This includes a range of combustion and industrial process emissions. In Australia, we have focused on industrial and energy emissions that may capture CO2 in the near term. However, there is limited data, and particularly limited data in Australia, so we've used the available literature examples for relevant emissions source types from around the world. The emission sources from combustion considered include coal, gas, biomass, and waste. And the emission sources from industrial processes include cement and lime, metal smelters, chemicals, ammonia, fertilizer production, and future capture processes. And sources will be reviewed as they come online. It's important to note that this list cannot encompass all sources of emissions that may be captured, but is intended to encompass the major, most quantitatively significant sources of emissions from which CO2 streams will be derived and the related range of IAS anticipated in these CO2 streams. At the input side of the process, IAS within the emission sources are generally much higher than post-capture, and the relative concentration of IAS are pictorially represented by the width of the arrows on the right-hand side of the flowchart. And I apologise for those at the back of the room that may not be able to see that very well. So let's move through to the next part of the CO2 value stream. So this is the capture and conditioning steps in the value chain. The capture and conditioning steps in the value chain facilitates the removal of IAS that have negative impact on the capture process itself, or where there are efficiencies gained as a result of early removal of certain IAS. Typically, preconditioning steps include the removal of compounds such as NOx and SOx, and also mercury. The capture process produces high concentration CO2 streams and also eliminates other IAS, such as acids, which are neutralized. For the purposes of the interim action list, national action list, only liquid amine capture processes, as illustrated in the figure at the right-hand corner of the slide, were considered, as these processes have the greatest number of prior studies available to us. However, other capture technologies will be considered in the offshore CCS national action list, the full list, noting that it's not possible to consider emerging technologies where data is simply not available. We're trying to use publicly available data here. Post-capture conditioning of CO2 streams is often also employed prior to transport and storage, and will also remove incidental associated substances that were either part of the original emissions source or imparted as part of the capture process. These post-conditioning steps typically can include, but are not limited to, gas dehydration and amine removal. The main point here is that the end of the value chain of the CO2 that is provided for transport and storage is of high concentration, and many of the AIS have been removed as an engineering necessity to prevent corrosion, embrittlement, and reductions in efficiency of operations, e.g. things like non-compressible gases, which will reduce efficiency. So, how is the data that's been collated and collected, how does it inform the development of the interim national action list? The concentrations of the IAS, sorry, a bit of a mouthful, in dried CO2, post-capture and purification, and the ranges of IAS concentrations in carbon dioxide streams found in the literature from projects in progress have been brought together, and you can see an example of this in the table shown. These data sets have allowed an appreciation of the likely range of CO2 stream compositions and commonly occurring IAS that may be expected from a range of projects. And that allows us to start to understand what needs to go into the interim national action list. What I'm going to do now is hand over to Linda, and she can take the floor on the more technical work.
So I'm going to walk you through what the graphics look like that's helped us actually put together the rationale for what we got to. So this image here, you can see a couple of things for the how-to to read, because it's quite complicated when we pull it all up. So what you can see is that there is examples of data where you can see like PFC 14 on the top row there, or SOx as an amalgamation of different chemistries that we use. And they're sometimes measured or monitored by, they're brought together in sort of like analytical methods that sum up everything. So those are in black. You see the letters in the red are the data points that are for the industry and the gas stream, and they're we've got to, yeah, so and then the blue is the numbers for the post-capture stream where we've got to. So we can see that in some cases we've got 27 data points for SOx in the the capture stream before you've had them changed. Along the bottom is the values in parts per million up to % in a log scale, and they're all presented in ppmv. The orange bar on the graph is the pre-capture concentrations, whereas the blue-grey bars represent the post-capture concentrations of the compound. So you start to see how there is a reduction in the post-capture. The extent of the bars represent the maximum concentration of the compounds identified across the selection of industry and combustion emissions identified. The dots on the graph that we'll have, which we probably impossible to see back there, are actually from all the project-specific data points that we have or from the ISO database. The vertical bars that will also be difficult to see from the back actually represent the STEL limits, which we'll talk about in a moment. So here's the actual table that we put together. As I said, it was a little bit complicated. So it presents both the pre and post combustion capture IAS concentrations, and you can see there's a significant range across the compound classes from parts per trillion all the way through to %. For many of the compounds, there are actually no data available on their concentrations post-capture, or these compounds have not been sought nor detected. Also, for some of the compounds included on the graph, there's limited publicly available data on their presence and concentration of these compounds within emission sources or CO2 streams as the industry develops. So it is important to note that this graph does not represent all possible IAS that could be in the streams, but represents the most studied and probably the most quantitatively significant at this point in time. Now, we did want to benchmark some of this against real-world examples and pull it all together. So we wanted to show you where some of this data came from. And our first data point was the ISO 27913 pipeline standard, which presents a series of potential options for what might be in your gas stream. And we've also talked to project proponents who have got data in development, where proponents are defining specifications for either offtake agreements with other emitters or for development and design of your operational equipment. So we've collated from 14 publicly available and confidential CO2 specs so far, including Sleipner, HyNet, Weyburn, and Acorn, Northern Territory, Low Emissions Hub, Northern Lights, Porthos Project, and Deep Sea Store. So the data from all of these have been brought together and included in the graph as previously shown. So with the dots plotted on those horizontal bars, they show the different specifications for both on and offshore CCS projects. S1 to S6 are actually provided confidentially, and the remainder are actually open source data. The specs are either proposed CO2 specs for future offshore projects, current projects and active or projects under construction, or others relate to the international standard. We know that some projects have actually very recently updated their specifications after we actually prepared this material, and we'll go back and revisit that as part of the full now. So generally, the combined graph does show that there's actually strong alignment within orders of magnitude between the ISO and the proponent CO2 specifications and the captured CO2, which does provide some degree of comfort that we're on the right track. When we then cross-reference that to STEL limits, or the short-term exposure limits, we start to see this all start to come together. So a STEL is a time-weighted average concentration of a substance over a 15-minute period, after which it may be injurious to health. Where we have no STEL data, we've used the corresponding TWA values, time-weighted average values, which run typically over an 8-hour period. The logic here being that the IES concentration should not exceed these exposure limits, notwithstanding that the CO2 concentration or high CO2 concentrations would actually constitute the primary health risk at that point in time. As well as comparing these compounds to the STEL limits, we also considered contaminant toxicity, pathway to harm, risk to workers, and risk to the environment. And I'll draw your attention to the graphic showing the considerations of the CO2 phase, because that becomes important in a second as well. Because STEL limits for each of these compound or compound classes, which are considered both in the gaseous phase but also the liquid phase. And it's anticipated that CO2 will be mainly transported and stored in the liquid phase. And that has an impact on the relative concentration of the STEL, for the STELs and for what the IES concentrations might be recorded as. But noting all of the above, we need to be able to measure these things and measure these things in CO2 so that we can actually assess risk. So prior to building the final list, we did want to make sure that the compounds identified and their upper limits are actually measurable. So we've run part of a review looking at this measurement methods that could be used to identify and quantify IAS as evidenced by the table, or the clip from the table. The review identified a variety of inline and offline measurement methods, including mobile methods, instrumentation, and laboratory-based techniques. But many of these methods have been yet to be adapted for measurement of compounds of interest within a background of CO2. Frequently, we can measure these to quite low values in a background of helium, but this has not all been done for CO2. So that means there's further technology development opportunities for inline measurements and sensing approaches. The other note of caution that we have is that when you've got to be really careful when you're actually sampling these and degassing them or dropping down the pressure from measurement from the liquid CO2 state to the gaseous phase and not cause any artifacts for the samples. So in construction of that interim null, we've used similar methods to that used by de Visser in 2008, where the maximum concentration levels of IAS and CO2 streams were determined using the exposure limits and the expansion ratio of liquid CO2 of a ratio of 1 to 535. And we're going to sort of like explain that using one of the IAS's carbon monoxide to try and sort of walk you through this part. It's a bit complicated. So that we use the CO upper level in liquid CO2 shown in the table there. And so how we've calculated this is that we've taken CO2 and we assume like full loss of containment at 100%, which is equivalent to 1 million parts per million. The STEL limit is 10,000 parts per million. From this, we just derive at the time of release, the STEL of CO2 is exceeded by a factor of 100. So that's 1 million parts per million divided by 10,000 parts per million, you get 100. The caveat here is most pipeline CO2 specifications that we're seeing so far typically consist of over 95% CO2 by volume, not the 100%. But this factor is then applied to the STELs of incidental associated substances to obtain a maximum concentration, which hasn't been corrected, but then we've applied a safety factor of 5% to determine a threshold value to reach the recommended values, so therefore being quite conservative. It's assumed that the dilution of all substances is proportional to that of the CO2. That is, it's assumed that the diffusion pattern of these substances is equal to the CO2 diffusion. The maximum level of dissolved CO allowed in liquid CO2 in a pipeline is set at 2000 ppm. So in the worst case of a catastrophic rupture to air, however, the liquid CO2 will immediately expand in air by that expansion ratio by de Visser of 1 to 535 to gaseous CO2. That is, 1 litre of liquid CO2 will actually expand to 535 litres of gas. Consequently, that 2,000 ppm of dissolved CO in the liquid CO2 becomes 3.7 ppm by volume in the expanding gaseous CO2 cloud or in liquid or in the ocean. This is due to the expansion ratio of pressurized liquid CO2, which is one of the challenges working with CO2 anyway. It doesn't factor in any subsequent dilution of the expanding gaseous CO2 at this stage, which we know will diffuse in air or in water. And so that CO2 or incidental associated substances will actually be even lower. Another caveat, most compositional values for IAS, the results are in ppm by mole. Obviously, when the CO2 ppm by mole expands, the molar amount doesn't change. But because the phase changes are so extensive between liquid CO2 and gaseous CO2, expressing these changes and the limits in volume is actually much more pragmatic and realistic. And this is also partly due to the fact that if we do see leakage and it converts from liquid to gaseous CO2, for human health purposes, we breathe gas, not liquid. So on the slide here, again, we've got the interim now QR so that you can look at it in more detail, and I encourage you to read the background materials and not just the table. In summary, for the interim now, it requires that the CO2 streams for storage has to comprise at least 95% CO2. Stills with a safety factor are included and used to define the upper limits of the IAS. IAS that don't have stills are included to relate those compounds which could have other impacts. These include infrastructure integrity, so if you've got too much water there, you've got carbonic acid, which could lead to some corrosion. We don't want too much oxygen in there because that can react with the mineral phases, and we want as few non-compressible gases to maximise storage capacity and efficiency. As the name suggests, this is the interim now. We will make adjustments as part of the complete now, and we'd be delighted to receive any other CO2 concentrations and specifications from any other projects going on.
So quickly, just to wrap up there, and thank you very much to Andy and Linda for their more technical side of the presentation. As Linda mentioned, CSIRO is undertaking the remainder of the project to get the full complete action list for Australia. This includes some literature review, and we will have a draft that we will do consultation on that will combine the consultation from that document and any feedback we receive from releasing the interim now, and also allowing some of our applicants, well, future applicants, to start using it and providing us feedback on whether or not it meets their requirements of understanding our expectations, on what they need to provide us as a regulator. And then we will release the final now. And as Linda mentioned, here are the contact details if you have any data to contribute or follow-up questions, including QR codes for anybody who'd like a closer read of that material.
Thank you to the presenters from Australia for your informative presentation on how Australia's interim national action list was developed. I would now like to open the floor for questions. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Australia for that presentation. Some of the slides were a little difficult to see from the back, so my apologies if one of my questions is easily answered. But one thing that you mentioned was the possibility of some of the amine from the capture process being carried through into the CO2 stream. I know that there is a process of trying to remove that amine before it becomes a CO2 stream for disposal, but I didn't see amine then listed in some of the subsequent slides as being one of the contaminants that was considered. So could you tell us a bit more about the potential for the amine, the capture amine, to be part of those, the associated substances? And secondly, when it comes to the bringing together the existing data on CO2 streams with the proposed action levels and the STELs and these kinds of things, you mentioned that there looked to be a good degree of overlap between those. But I wondered to what extent that's just because we were seeing things on a logarithmic scale. It looked like there was quite a spread of points, even on that log scale. So if you were looking at individual contaminants not on a logarithmic scale, would we be seeing CO2 stream characterization that would be much more widespread as a baseline for understanding the coincidence of the two? Thank you.
Thank you, Greenpeace, for your questions. Would you like to respond?
Thank you for your questions. I believe that the amines weren't considered specifically at this point because they're actually sort of like droplets that come out separately, and so there will be consideration as we follow up on the full NAL about whether there are specific or new amines that will be looked at. To answer your second question, all of the data is on that log scale, so it's not like those bars are a different scale. So they actually are all sort of like scaled appropriately. And yes, there are variations between them all because some of the data are from different capture sources, and the different capture sources have different combinations of co-contaminants. And so as things like cement and steel works come online, they will have a different series of IAS to, say, an LNG plant. So they're all going to have very different sort of amounts. And so, again, the call to action for more data, please, everyone, is absolutely beneficial to trying to get this more clarified and more reasonable for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Seeing no further questions, we will now break for a short coffee break. The session will continue at 11:35. Welcome back, everyone. I will now hand over to Jan to introduce our next presenter.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker is Mr. Joe Maloney from U.S. Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. The title of his talk today is United States Carbon Storage Assessment Methodology. Mr. Maloney, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, my name is Joe Maloney. I'm a geologist with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, located in Washington, D.C. I'm leading a team right now to develop a methodology and subsequent assessment on carbon storage resources on the United States Outer Continental Shelf. I just wanted to quickly cover the mission of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Like I said, we're an agency under the U.S. Department of Interior. Our main focus is to develop the Outer Continental Shelf for energy, mineral, and geological resources in an environmentally and economically responsible way. One of the main guiding regulations for BOEM, and especially with resource evaluation, is the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act. I'll be talking a little bit about how that's changed over the past few years in regards to carbon storage. And just a quick overview of kind of our jurisdiction. We manage the submerged land seaward of state waters in roughly 26 planning areas. That would be off the coast of our Atlantic coast, which would be the U.S. East Coast, the Pacific Coast, our Gulf of Mexico region, and offshore Alaska. Some of the topics I want to cover today, I'd like to go quickly over the regulatory background for OCS carbon storage resources, sort of the history and how we've gotten here today to our assessment. Our National OCS Carbon Storage Assessment, the project I'm leading. Regional studies, which help build into our National OCS assessment. Some of the current products we have live on our website, which you can access today if you would really like to, and future deliverables. I also forgot to add in here, we have a few slides on Department of Energy projects happening right now. So some of our regulatory background, some of the earliest offshore carbon projects that sparked up was in the 2000s. There was a proposed project offshore Atlantic City, which is New Jersey, on our east coast. That fell flat. It never happened, which was a shame. And after that, carbon sequestration and carbon storage have been kind of present at BOEM, but not in the capacity that we're seeing right now. It wasn't until 2020 where our Gulf of Mexico office, specifically with the Resource Evaluation Division down there, started some subsurface characterization of depleted reservoirs in the Gulf of Mexico and their potential for storing carbon. In 2021, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law amended the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act to grant the offshore carbon storage authority to the Department of Interior. That authority was then granted to Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and our sister agency, the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, or BSEE. Once that authority was delegated down to us, we began a rulemaking effort. We're still working on the rule. We still need to have some interagency review and then a proposed rule where we'll open up the rule for public comment, and then we'll release a final rule and hopefully down the road have potential commercial opportunities for carbon storage. I also wanted to note in 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act increased the 45Q tax credits, those are under the authority of the Department of Treasury through the Internal Revenue Service. Before 2022, it was $50 per ton stored of carbon. That's just for dedicated secure storage. That's not for EOR. After 2022, that price per ton increased to $85. With that increase, we saw a lot more interest in the offshore for carbon storage. So things have really been kicking off since 2022 for us. Moving on to kind of the rulemaking process, like I said, we're doing a joint development of the rulemaking. We're relying heavily on our existing expertise with regards to leasing the seabed. We have some experience working with oil and gas leasing as well as renewable leasing. And so we're going to be utilizing some of that in our rulemaking, as well as we're doing an extensive outreach effort. One example is our presence here at the London Protocol and London Convention. At the bottom of the slide, you can see what would be sort of a mock timeline for leasing off carbon storage. This isn't in any way what we see in the rule, or this is more just a general professional expertise based on how we've been leasing energy in the past. So we would have a pre-sale and site selection where we would have regional scale assessment of carbon resources. We'd get stakeholder input that includes public and private entities. We would take into consideration any multiple use, so if there's something else happening in that region, we would take that into consideration, as well as doing a NEPA analysis. We'd move on to the lease sale stage, where we would set terms and conditions for holding a lease, offer various sizes of area for review, and then we would get plan and permit submissions from potential lessees. At the project review stage is where we would do more in-depth site characterization, which includes risk management, and we would do more static and dynamic modeling of the carbon storage resource. Upon approval of a project, we would then injection and monitoring would start, and that's where our friends at BSEE would probably take the reins a little bit more and be involved with the environmental monitoring of the project, as well as pressure monitoring and monitoring of the CO2 plume migration. Once towards the end of the project lifespan, we would ensure that there was containment of the CO2 as well as stability of the plume, and then close it out. With the regulations done, I wanted to talk about the assessment, which is more my realm of expertise. So the BOEM storage assessment was an internal effort that started in 2022. It was kind of just an internal drive. There was no congressional mandate for us to do it. Our friends at USGS back in 2012 were congressionally mandated to assess carbon storage resources onshore. We decided that it would be a good idea to get ahead of the curve on this one. So we're going to be doing a national OCS assessment, which builds upon smaller regional assessments from each of our regional offices. I've noted economic and modeling cost analysis here. This assessment doesn't include that now, but it's something we want to build upon in the future once we've done this initial assessment. Our final bullet is kind of the main line we've been saying recently when it comes to carbon storage, which is we do the best we can with the data we have. In some regions we have a lot of data, in some regions we don't, and so our assessment reflects that. Like I said, our effort launched in mid-2022. We're using a statistical approach to estimate potential carbon storage resources. This is a static model, so we aren't taking into account pressure. We do want to include a pressure assessment down the road. We also will include more spatial recognition where we have the data. Areas like the Gulf of Mexico are more data prone to allowing for that spatial recognition. We're leveraging our existing oil and gas assessment. We have a wealth of data associated with that, especially considering values for porosity, thickness, area. We'd like to use that in the carbon assessment. We're doing a phased approach. Our first phase was developing a methodology and model for the assessment. We're done with that. We've developed a model. I'll talk about that in a little bit. We're currently in the storage assessment unit development phase. So the storage assessment unit is the base unit for our assessment. Our next slide will talk about that a little bit. And then once we develop the geologic inputs from those storage assessment units and run regional assessments, we'll then aggregate those up to a national level assessment for national level carbon storage resources. I've noted that, again, we're leveraging our geologic play framework. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the geologic play, that's just an oil and gas formation. You can call it a petroleum system if you'd like, where it's just a combination of a top seal, a reservoir, and a source. We feel that we can utilize some of that information, and we aren't burdened by the presence of oil. If oil's not there, we can still use it. So that's great. I mentioned storage assessment units. This is a modified diagram from our friends at the United States Geologic Survey, or USGS. What we have here is our sealing rock at the top, and then the green layer would be considered our saline aquifers, which we're assessing. And then the blue areas within the storage assessment unit are what we're considering physical traps. We have a subset of physical traps considered depleted reservoirs. If you can notice the two wellheads on the right, those are identifying what we would consider a depleted reservoir, and we would do a recovery replacement for carbon storage resources there. So all in all, one storage assessment unit in our assessment would be built up of 3 different reservoir types: our saline aquifers, physical traps, and depleted reservoirs. And we each handle those in similar but slightly different ways. What does this look like for our model framework? On the right, we kind of have a flow chart of how we visualized how it might work. So at the top, we would identify the area of a storage assessment unit. This is based partially on our pressure temperature window to keep carbon in a supercritical state. We also take into account any tectonics or caprock to make sure that we're fully encompassing what may be a storing unit. After that, we move into assessing each of the 3 reservoir types. For physical traps, saline aquifers, and depleted reservoirs, we have the calculation and distribution of reservoir size for each of them. And then we'll calculate a distribution of number of physical traps and a calculated distribution of a number of saline aquifers. For depleted reservoirs, we already know how many there are, so we just use that number in our calculation. We'll combine the 2 distributions of size and number to get an overall estimate of trapping storage within each reservoir type, and then aggregate those 3 types together to get a full-blown storage assessment unit calculation. We're utilizing 2 different statistical models. We've built a model within at-risk, which then feeds into our in-house oil and gas model, GRASP. Most of the work and calculation, volumetric calculations done in at-risk. We're just using GRASP for aggregation purposes. You can see on the left our framework for GRASP, and where that red box is outlining where our at-risk model comes into play. So our calculations, we're using kind of a basic volumetric calculation that's been modified for carbon storage. This is based on a Department of Energy paper. So we're doing area times thickness times porosity, and then adding in carbon density and efficiency factors to our calculations for both physical traps and saline aquifers. The calculation is essentially the same. For physical traps, we're using net area and thickness. Saline aquifers, we're using more of a gross area and thickness. And we're modifying the area and thickness in saline aquifers with our efficiency factor. For depleted reservoirs, we just have a recovery replacement factor. So we know what's been produced. We just want to refill that pore space up with carbon. So we apply a formation volume factor, again, use a CO2 density and efficiency factor associated. I noted efficiency factors real quick. Our physical trap and depleted reservoir efficiency factors are based mainly on the irreducible water content. Our saline aquifer efficiency factor, again, includes our effective area and thickness, irreducible water content, and volumetric displacement factor, which is more how much of the pore space we anticipate to be touched by the plume injected. So this is what our users look at when they want to use our at-risk model. For each of the values of our equations, we're inputting a distribution of values. I have it blank, but down the road we would have our users either put in a mean and standard deviation if they're using logarithmic scale, or a min most likely and max if they're using the beta pert. This is just kind of to show that what we're using when it comes to at-risk. I wanted to touch on regional studies. Going back to our lovely line of we do the best we can with the data we have. We have a wealth of data in the Gulf of Mexico, as you can see in this map right here, and we're relying heavily on it. BOEM is in a prime position to utilize a lot of oil and gas data, mainly because we get it through regulation. Whenever a seismic survey is done, we get a copy of that data at reproduction. On the map, you can see pink lines, which represent our 2D seismic lines. The blue boxes are 3D seismic surveys, and then the green dots, if you can see them, they look more like blobs on the screen, would be each of our oil and gas exploration wells. Each of these we're utilizing for our carbon assessment. It is a bit of a double-edged sword when it comes to the wells. They provide a lot of good information, but they also provide an avenue for risk of leakage. The other part of the double-edged sword with the amount of data we have is because there's so much, it's going to take us a long time to work through it. So we have to prioritize areas of the Gulf of Mexico. Currently, our assessment is focused on the shallow shelf of the Gulf of Mexico, which is located more towards the central and western of the OCS region. So that's offshore Louisiana and Texas mostly. They're mainly Cenozoic formations that we're looking at. They're highly compartmentalized by salt and faulting. We're also focusing on this area mainly because there's been a lot of onshore studies that can bleed offshore, and we can kind of join the two. Our next area or frontier we'd like to visit is potentially the eastern Gulf of Mexico. It's a little less drilled. We don't have as much strat information. There's also usage concerns, especially when it comes to the military. After that, our two kind of lower priority areas would be the deep water back in the central and western Gulf. There's a lot of active salt tectonics going on there, which would allow for seepage, so we don't really see that as a high priority for us. And then finally, the abyssal plain, which is kind of our lowest known area within the Gulf of Mexico. Moving back to the data, our friends at Fairfield Geotechnologies allowed us to use this line, and we have one of my colleagues in the Gulf of Mexico who has been hard at work doing his interpretations. This is more of a hypothetical interpretation of what it may look like in the subsurface. So the green areas are what we're considering to be saline aquifers. Orange areas are buoyant traps or physical traps, and the red would be considered reservoirs. Our blue are salt intrusions, and you can see it's heavily faulted in this area, which is kind of helping delineate a lot of our trapping, our compartments. The main takeaway from this slide I wanted to share is that we're estimating a lot of our resources to be coming out of the saline aquifer side of things. Very minimal from the depleted reservoirs. And this kind of is better seen with a kind of overview map. Here's a satellite image of Louisiana, and we're looking offshore. This is kind of a work in progress. This has changed multiple times since this map was made, but as you can see, it's very heavily green for saline aquifers. The total area that we're looking at, about 69% is attributed to saline aquifers, whereas physical traps make up about 25%, and the final 6% falls within the salt realm. We took this one step further. We have a lot of fault data, we have a lot of well data, and we wanted to see what we could fit in one of these like risk-free areas. So the red lines represent our shallow faults, the black dots are wells, the blue is salt. We've built a hypothetical CO2 plume, which is roughly 12.7 square kilometers. That's that green dot. And we wanted to allow for some pressure mitigation. So we built a pressure plume area of review, which is roughly 114 square kilometers. For reference, we have a 23 square kilometer OCS block. For those of you who don't know, we tend to lease our OCS in the form of blocks. And so this is just kind of showing for reference how many OCS blocks we could fit in that big white space you see there. So there is potential for fairly significant site characterization within the Gulf, despite the number of wells. We can avoid the wells and we can avoid the shallow faults. So as a more mature area, we have 3 other regions in under our purview, and a lot of them are a lot more frontier. I'd like to focus on the map on the right side of this, where we only have 4 wells drilled as opposed to the 50,000 in the Gulf of Mexico. The Eel River Basin off of offshore California and Oregon has 4 wells drilled, and they're old. We also have a lot of old seismic data in that area. So at this point, we'd be like, well, what do we do? Well, we're using our undiscovered oil and gas assessment to drive a lot of the inputs for the carbon assessment. So, like I said, we're just using our oil and gas assessment. Our inputs are coming from, are already listed somewhat in our regional reports for the oil and gas assessment, which you can find on our website. The main point I want to draw here is the 2 maps on the right. The one on the bottom is our oil and gas basins that we're looking at. We will have to modify those somewhat for, again, for pressure. Our pressure window just doesn't apply to the entirety of that area. But the map overlaying it is from the Department of Energy, and that's a map of their assessed saline aquifer basins. And so we felt it was a feel-good moment for us just because it seemed to line up well with our oil and gas basins. And so we felt confident to use our oil and gas basins in our Pacific carbon assessment. Our East Coast, or the Atlantic region, is also very frontier. I think there's some 50 wells total in the entire OCS. So we're leveraging a lot of the work that's already been done. There's been a lot of outside work done either through the USGS with their 2012 assessment. The Bureau of Economic Geology has done some heavy assessments in the South Georgia Basin as well as the Upper and Lower Cretaceous. Battelle has been running assessments up further north in the central and northern Atlantic regions. And then the Department of Energy's Southeast Offshore regional assessment has been estimating some 9 and 32 gigatons of storage in their Upper Cretaceous, both local and regional. With all these studies combined, we can get upwards of almost 1,400 gigatons estimates offshore. We'd like to leverage those studies along with the data we have to add to that or refine it somewhat. And then finally, what we consider our most frontier area would be Alaska. We still have a lot of data, but there's a lot of land. And our region has delineated some sediment layers as a first step in identifying potential storage assessment units offshore. But again, our geologic input is going to rely heavily on our oil and gas assessment. Our current products, I mentioned that we had already developed our methodology and model. That is, you can read more about that with our methodology report that's live now. It goes more in depth and more technical than what I've said today as far as how our model works and how our methodology was built. We also have 2 talks that have been given. I had mentioned very early on our depleted reservoir study. We actually presented the results of that work in 2022. And we've also presented some of our Atlantic CS assessment that's been ongoing last year. Some things we want to do in the future. So right now, we'd like to finish the storage assessment analysis we're doing right now. Once those are done, we'd like to finalize and publish technical reports with geologic assumptions and final estimates, both at the regional and national level, broken out by storage assessment unit. But that's dependent on how fast we can get this done. Along with technical reporting, and once that's done, we want to jump right back in and get into more dynamic modeling, including pressure fronts and refining the model where we can with more data. I did want to touch briefly on the Department of Energy. They have been kind of the front runner in the carbon game in the United States. This is their carbon store, which is their assessment and storage evaluation project. They're mainly focused on data associated with operating and performance. There's also the regional initiatives that build into all of the Department of Energy products. Those regional initiatives, out of, I think there's 16. There's 2 that BOEM are specifically focused on, which is the Mid-Atlantic Offshore Carbon Storage Hub, which is led by Battelle, and then the Texas Louisiana Hub, which is led by the University of Texas at Austin. Both of those are good initiatives to help build more capacity in those regions for carbon storage, either outreach or actually just building a hub. So I just want to thank you. I also, for the colleagues at home who are watching, I want to thank them for the amount of work they've been putting in. A lot of this wouldn't be done with the long hours they've been putting in. Like I said, our assessment projects are in progress. We're continuing to collaborate with the CS community, so if you have any tips for us as far as assessment goes, we're happy to take them. Our draft regulations are under development. You will know when I know, when they're live. And there will be a public comment period upon publication of the rulemaking. And as always, if you need more technical information, we have a website, which is listed here. And you can also email me, which is up on the screen. I'm happy to talk about our project. I'm very proud of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for your presentation on the methodology which will allow for better understanding of potential carbon storage resources in the US. I would now like to open the floor for questions. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and our thanks to the United States for the presentation. It's quite remarkable to see the number of wells in the Gulf of Mexico area. I kind of know those data, but each time I hear them for the number of wells, it's a sobering reminder. You mentioned that in part because of the the limitations that presents, that you're looking especially at saline aquifers as being a good proportion of the storage in that area. Do you know yet where the saline will go that's displaced? Is that something that's part of the assessment? What happens to the saline? The second, you said that you were refining models going forward and looking at getting more dynamic models. And I wanted to ask if that would therefore include consideration of induced seismicity. Is that something that you're going to be looking at? What the implications are for the pressure increases, the pressure changes over time, the pressure front? Is that something that can be factored into understanding the potential for induced seismicity? And thirdly and finally, it sounds as if the majority of the storage capacity that you're currently confident in or have greater confidence in would result in the CO2 remaining as a liquid rather than reacting with the rocks and forming more of a solid reactive matrix. But I wondered if you could say a little bit more about the long-term fate, especially for the CO2 that would go into those saline aquifers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So on your first question, what happens to saline? We haven't done that assessment in this project. we have been running more engineering-based scenarios that would be included in later assessments that would take into account what happens to the saline as it gets moved around, whether pressure allows for it to stay or if pressure would require it to be relieved out. As far as refining models, we don't include it again, we don't include it in induced seismicity in this assessment, but yes, we would include it in future models just because it is something that would impact the storage capabilities of those units. And then finally, yeah, can you repeat the question for the third one? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. There were lots of questions. No, we've heard in the past about the fact that in some cases the CO2 is likely to form carbonates, become more of a solid storage. But it sounds like most of what you're looking at would remain as liquid CO2. I just wanted to check if that was the case.
Yes, sorry about that. So we anticipate it to be liquid at the start. We do assume that over time it will react and calcify when it can, due to the just chemical nature of the supercritical carbon, and it also depends on the rock it's being injected to and how reactive that is. We haven't done assessments on how quick that may happen or at what scale, but we do assume that over time that will occur.
Thank you, Greenpeace, and thank you, Joe. Seeing no further questions, I will hand over to Jan to introduce our next presenter.
Sorry. Our next speaker is Mr. Sean Bond from American Bureau of Shipping, and the title of his presentation is Ship Design for CO2 Transportation. Mr. Bond.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Thanks for the organization of this event, and thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak to you about some of the things that we're seeing on the shipping side and the project development side, specifically related to ships and how the carriage of CO2 will likely be carried out. I'm Sean Bond. I'm the Director of Global Gas Solutions based here in the London office. We sit inside of a larger group called Sustainability within ABS, and ABS is a classification society. I believe most or many of you are aware of what classification societies do. However, I would like to just, for those who are outside of that particular group, and we have such a diverse group of people potentially watching this, I thought I would just quickly go over what it is that we do and why we're engaged with CO2 on shipping. So what we are is we're independent arbiters of standards, and our mission is essentially to promote the security of life and property and preserve natural environment, and that with regard to marine structures and offshore structures, typically ships and offshore platforms. We're involved in other areas as well, things like rule development and discussions in forums like this to try to find out how we can assist, at least on the shipping side, and where those seams integrate into the shipping solutions. The way we do this, we achieve this by establishing and administering standards known as rules, and these are applicable to just about every type of marine equipment you can imagine. And we have requirements specifically for gas carriers, and that's where these CO2 carriers would fall. We also have a role within the international organization in the application of international regulations through our status as ROs for particular flag administrations. In that capacity, we apply on their behalf the requirements of the IMO, and we deal with the flag administrations directly with regard to any alternatives or waivers to the requirements that might be necessary in looking at how projects move forward. The statutory activity is distinct from the classification activity. There is a lot of overlap in there. The remits are very similar, but there are things that classification societies put together that are not necessarily in the international regulations. And how we operate is we work with all the various stakeholders in the marine industry to ensure this maritime safety and to apply, ensure that the compliance is met with regard to the requirements and the rules. And you can see here the list of, sort of the the dial of various stakeholders, and because of this, interaction between all these parties, this is where we start to get questions when it comes to particular CO2 projects and how things are going to be developed, specifically with regard to moving the cargo. We've seen from some of the earlier presentations that there's going to be a lot of CO2. How that's going to get either sequestered or taken to sites for use is going to depend on specific projects, but some of these may have what we call midstream legs that involve shipping, and those ships are going to have to be capable of carrying the cargoes that they're intended within the sets of criteria that are out there for ships and with equivalent levels of safety. I'm going to go quickly over the drivers. You've seen a lot of these this morning, and in fact, you've seen this slide already, so I won't go into it in too much detail. But I think the takeaway point here is that the clients that we talk to and the operators of ships that may be carrying these cargoes are also aware that there's likely to be, in all the scenarios we're looking forward towards decarbonization, most paths have a large amount of CO2 carbon capture, and there's going to be a lot of CO2 to be dealt with, right? So they see that this is a possible area where they'll need to get involved, and the shipping component will have to be fully developed. So the captured carbon, as you guys are all aware, it can either be reused, in which case it would be a CCU situation, or it can be locked in a reservoir, which would just be the sequestration piece. We've heard from both, well, at least one end of these sides of things, but we tend to be in the middle part, which is the transport part. That can take a lot of different forms. The ships themselves have to be able to deal with what's at both ends of the chain, so they have to be designed in order to handle what's being put on at the upstream end, and they have to be designed to suitably offload at the downstream end. And how the ships have to handle the cargo that they actually take on board, and there are things like relative pressures between the ships and the terminals that can have impacts on what the ship designs have to do. And responsibilities for who has to handle which piece of the processing of the cargo is something that needs to be developed. But when looking at these projects, the ship designers have to understand what it is that they're responsible for, what kind of pressures they're going to expect to be taking cargo in at, and how they're going to have to offload it, and what the cargo is likely to be containing. On the reuse side, CO2 is a key input for many industries, feedstock for urea manufacturing, on fertilizer industry, small quantities of food and beverage production, cooling system and water treatment. And there's new demand anticipated as feedstock for producing things like green methane and green methanol as a new generation low carbon fuel. And as far as the capture storage, I know that everyone here is very aware of these kinds of things, but essentially long-term storage is expected by injection into natural porous rock formations such as depleted oil and gas reservoirs, coal beds and saline aquifers, and that allows both sequestration and enhanced oil gas recovery. For a lot of years, CO2 has been injected into hydrocarbon production, such as enhanced oil recovery and enhanced coal bed methane recovery. And the area where we sort of engage with the current group is that the London Protocol Convention sits out there, and this is something that our clients run into when they're looking at projects. And this regards both the movement of waste internationally between countries and the dumping of waste. Of course, the 2009 amendments proposed for allowing transboundary transportation under agreement for CO2 is not yet ratified by the right number of signatories to go into effect. So this is something that comes up with regard to every project. There may be international transshipment of CO2 because depending on how the sequestration sites are located, there may be countries that don't have suitable sites that have to move their CO2 in other ways or to other countries and locations in order to do the sequestration. And there may be other issues as well, including offshore deposition into the seabed, which would then fall under also the sort of the dumping criteria of the London Protocol. And I'll skip this and just focus directly on the carbon value chain. Again, this is the part where we get involved. The transport section right there in the middle, and as I mentioned, the upstream and downstream ends are important for determining how the midstream portion develops. And we sit here in the middle with the transport. So there may be needs for innovative shipping infrastructure, and it has to be established based on however these individual projects form. Right? So getting into the sort of the meat of the discussion with regard to the transportation vessel design itself, just a little bit of background on the CO2 shipping. Current CO2 transportation relies heavily on pipeline networks. On the shipping side, liquefied CO2 is mostly used for food and beverage industry in very small ships at a particular pressure. It depends on what group you talk to, whether this is considered high pressure or medium pressure. I'll get into that in a second. But those vessels operate around 15 bar, minus 25 C. The need for the liquefied CO2 transport is expected to increase based on those sort of demands that you saw in the previous graph. And that may involve scaling up fleet sizes or scaling up vessels. We're seeing mainly moves towards proposed larger ships. There are different challenges depending on how you carry the CO2 that define how big those ships can get and how exactly they're designed. The main challenge for the high operational pressure is that larger capacity tank construction complexity gets difficult, and the thicknesses go up as the pressure goes up and the size goes up, so you wind up with tanks that can be very heavy. So in order to avoid that, we have seen people move towards a little bit lower pressures around the 8 to 10 bar range in order to carry the CO2 at a lower pressure and reduce the amount of steel required for the weight of the tank and the weight of the ship. And then one of the other important issues is composition varies for captured CO2. We've seen already a couple presentations on this morning, and the impurity impact has to be taken into account in designing these vessels. So whatever's going to be in these cargoes has to be accounted for in the design. And looking at just sort of where things stand at the moment, this is maybe not exactly up to date. I think there's a couple new ships, but you can see here, and in fact, some of the Northern Light ships have delivered, as we heard earlier this morning. But there's sort of four, there's 6 vessels in the larger range than the existing fleet, and the existing fleet includes 1 research vessel and several of the small beverage quality CO2 carriers in those higher pressure ranges. How we deal with these depends largely on the CO2 characteristics. The CO2 properties that we're mostly dealing with is the fact that it's non-flammable, it's an asphyxiant, it's heavier than air, and it has a phase diagram as indicated here on the right, and with a triple pointed around minus 56 C and 5.18 bar absolute for pure CO2. There are things about impurities that can change that a little bit, and those have to be accounted for in how you set up, for example, the safety systems on board to do shutdowns when you start to get near the triple point. As someone mentioned, it's likely that the CO2 will be carried as liquid, and so there are certain limitations because at atmospheric there is no liquid phase, so you have things happening on the sublimation line if you go below the triple point. So this has to be avoided when the cargo is being carried as a liquid, right? So what pressure you wind up carrying that liquid at saturation will define the temperature, and it may have impacts on how you decide to do the cargo cooling or the cargo handling. There are toxicity concerns at higher concentrations. Again, here's a list of some of the references. So 5,000 ppm under OSHA, 30,000 for ACIGIH, and 40,000 is immediately dangerous to life or health. And these are things that need to be considered. As currently outlined in the IGC code, which is the IMO requirements that would apply to the ships that would carry the liquefied CO2, it's currently defined as an asphyxiant. There's movement afoot to change that to toxic, but there's no, and then you can see in this table certain other features of the ship that have to be followed in order to comply with the requirements. A Type 3G ship is a ship that typically has the least strict requirements when it comes to certain requirements. The toxicity aspect won't change that particular element, but there will be additional requirements that would get pulled in by the definition of the cargo if that goes through. So some of the risks in carriage, there's the risk of the cargo solidifying, freezing rather than sublimation, but in order to deal with this, the way that the codes have been written is to have low pressure alarms at 0.05 megapascals above the triple point. This should help. And at that level, you would wind up shutting down all your systems if you had a sudden pressure drop that could potentially wind up with some solidification or freezing of the vapor or the liquid phase. And on low pressure, you'd automatically close all the valves, shut everything down, stop the cargo compressors, stop the pumps, and put the ship in a static state in order to make sure that things can be maintained at that level. Means of isolating the cargo tank safety valves need to be provided. One of the issues is if you're carrying the cargo, which you will be at a pressure above the triple point, if you have vapor releases, the cargo cooling associated with the gas expansion can result in things like ice formation, and if that happens in a relief valve, you can wind up with a valve that's stuck open. So there's a particular requirement specific to CO2 that calls for the relief valves to be able to be isolated so that they can be cleared if they were to happen to pop and then stick open. Right? Other aspects related to that, there are certain things where on gas carriers you typically would see screens in the vents, but those wouldn't be permitted on a CO2. They'd be required, in fact, in the case of many cargoes, but on the CO2 carrier they would be required not to be included for the very reason of this freezing issue. In the case of reclaimed quality CO2, the materials of construction need to be considered so that they can handle whatever the impurities are. Now, there's a huge list of impurities. I have a list that's smaller than our colleagues from Australia showed earlier this morning, but I will put it up, and I would second Linda's request for data to keep coming in on this. One of the things that we see from the project developers, or at least a certain segment of the project developers, is a need to shrink that list and identify what kind of limitations ought to be placed on the cargo so that the ships can operate suitably. Again, it depends on how the projects are developed and how closely the shippers are working with the terminals as to who has the responsibility to remove or handle particular elements of the cargo. So again, the density of CO2 is heavier than air. So if you do have releases, they will drop. Right? Depending on the ship type, you'd need to then have suitable ventilation and suitable detection to understand that you've got a leak and to be able to control it. It can also be, as I mentioned before, it's an asphyxiant hazard, and there are toxicity levels associated with the carbon dioxide that would need to be considered. And this is not something entirely new, because we do see it with regard to firefighting systems, for example, which use CO2, but it's an issue that we need to address in the design. And if you look at the sort of typical operating range, you can see these are sort of the two pressure areas that we see the most interest in at the moment. There are other considerations at different pressures than these, even higher. But these are the areas where you would see the typical two ranges, shall we say. One would be for what we call high pressure tanks at around 18 bar, and the other, the lower pressure tanks just near the triple point at probably 8 to 10 bar. The IGC code does refer to reclaimed quality CO2, but it doesn't give any very specific information about it. It just indicates that it has to be addressed by the designer, and the ROs would be checking what's being done. So typically you would need to see additional work around those impurities done on a ship-by-ship basis. Annex B of ISO 27921 provides some indicative impurity levels. We've seen some industry standards as well. We've seen several lists this morning in some of the other presentations. But the cargo purity composition depends on various parameters, the carbon capture technology and process, the CO2 onshore handling and storage facilities. And the impurities effects can be things like thermophysical effects, corrosivity that makes you have to, maybe potentially rethink some of the materials, how the reliquefaction plant is able to handle some of the non-condensables, and the health and safety considerations of certain of the impacts or the impurities. And corrosion depends on water content and solubility. CO2 dissolves in water and forms carbonic acid, and those effects can also come from some of the other impurities. And this is a list of just some typical ones. Again, in addition to individual impurities and the impact on some of the physical properties of the cargo, there may be interactions among them, and this is one of the reasons that the bigger the list gets, the more the difficulty increases, because knowing the interactions between all the potential impurities can get fairly daunting. So we try to focus on the most critical ones and the ones that are most likely to be in the stream. The cargo tanks themselves, there's a lot of different, there's 3 main tank types used typically and included in the IGC code. Only really Type C tanks are suitable for carrying CO2 because of the pressures involved. So the Type C tanks are pressure tanks, and then at those pressures, and with the liquefied gases, there's compliance with cryogenic requirements that are required, and the pressure that's selected as the operating pressure and the maximum pressures are the ones that drive what those temperatures are, and in particular the lower pressure end that also drives the temperature selection for the design. Impurities in CO2 can potentially pose material issues, as I already mentioned. There are considerations for development of new materials in progress for larger tanks. The typical tank types that we see are cylindrical bilobe Type C tanks. The cylindrical tanks tend to be the higher pressure tanks, and the bilobes tend to be at the lower end of the pressure range, but the geometries of those tanks tend to allow for more cargo for the same size ship. And thick, low-temperature steel plates require special consideration when welding. So if you're looking at, for example, a steel tank with a very large, multi-lobe configuration, the welding needs to be specifically considered to be suitable for the plate thickness and the temperatures. Designing around the triple point, I think I've covered that already fairly well in the blockage of the pressure relief valves. Continuous monitoring of the pressure and emergency shutdown associated with low pressures is something that we have to do on the ships. Permanent fixed gas detection for cargo tank hold spaces. The cargo control room and other enclosed spaces where CO2 can be accumulated needs to be provided, and a restricted level gauging system is permitted. So looking at boil-off gas management while sailing, again, we're sitting in this triple point area, right? So there's a couple different ways that boil-off gas can be handled. It can either be handled by pressure accumulation or by reliquefaction or subcooling, some other kind of cooling. So if you go with the pressure accumulation route, then you do have to have a holding time calculation that shows you can maintain the cargo for the period of time that it would be necessary in order to get the cargo offloaded. Operational environment and cargo and loading temperatures will have an impact on that assessment, and including the operating profile, loading levels, cruising range, local restrictions in some areas. And tank pressure control during discharging is going to be important, as I mentioned already. The compatibility with the loading facilities and the offloading facilities need to be considered, and how those projects actually look also may have impacts on the ship design. So if you have what you could either be having a ship delivering to a shore-based terminal and then sending it off to a treatment center before injection into the ground, or some other kind of storage facility. There may be offshore, floating terminals taking CO2, in which case the interaction between those terminals and the ship has to be considered. There's several configurations that we've seen being discussed, and in each case, these discussions tend to be fairly bespoke at this stage. So just getting into the conclusions, carbon capture is generating interest in CO2 carriage by ship. This will develop depending on the actual carbon projects, and we're seeing quite a few. Designs require require project specifics from the upstream and downstream end to define the vessel specifications. The regulatory framework, including the London Protocol, need to be well understood by the stakeholders. The technical requirements and standards for ships are mature. I mean, we already have vessels carrying CO2. There may be some new technologies that come into this, and there may be risk assessments around the project overall that have to happen. Understanding how the additional requirements of localities, ports, coastal states may have impacts on how those requirements apply and what applies. But by and large, most of the technologies are mature. Impurities drive the cargo definition and are highly relevant to the ship design. So again, collecting that information and understanding what the carbon capture streams are producing and how much treatment will be done on shore and what's going to go on board the vessel will be important to getting these projects to happen suitably. And early cooperation among stakeholders in the full chain is the optimal path because then you can understand up front how what you have to deal with. And we've been seeing a lot of that. So I will leave it there, and thank you for your attention and your time, and open for questions.
Thank you, Sean, for your interesting presentation explaining the role of shipping in the CCS value chain. I will now open the floor for questions. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that very interesting presentation. I think it gives us an insight into an aspect of this that we've not really talked about so far within these bodies, so it's extremely useful. I had 3 questions. Firstly, in relation to contaminants that may be associated with the CO2 that would be loaded on board, and to understand whether there's a possibility of separation and condensation of any of those contaminants during the transport, and what the implications of that would be for then loading up with the next cargo. Could there be interactions that could limit the number of different sources of CO2 that could be loaded into one vessel over time? Secondly, are there any circumstances where you would need to be looking at venting one or more of the tanks on board a vessel while it's at sea? I mean, are there any safety conditions where that would become a necessity? And thirdly, in the unlikely event, perhaps, of a casualty, a shipping casualty, where the vessel is damaged, is there anything that can be done in order to recover the cargo from one of these things? Or would it inevitably be in a situation where you would just be managing the release of that CO2 on the vessel? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. All very excellent questions. When it comes to contaminants, yeah, there could be interactions between CO2s from if you were going to be a very flexible ship and move from terminal to terminal with different specifications. That would be something that would have to be considered in the design. Well, would be best considered in the design phase. So understanding how flexible the ship needs to be would be important. But again, cargo definition would be the key, right? So the ship designer is kind of the end user of the information about what the cargo contains, and so they would need to collect that from either the various sources and do that kind of an assessment, and or otherwise somehow specify to terminals potentially what they have to do on shore. There are other permutations of this. We saw a slide someone else put up about a sort of a hub and spoke collection situation where you have multiple emitters, possibly with different emission streams, and how that would be controlled at the hub where it all comes together, if it's going to be moved at that point by by a shipping solution, that would be where the cargo definition part would have to happen, right? Now, there may be things that you can do in ship design depending on, I think there's going to be a cost associated with how much cleaning you do on CO2 when it's on shore. There's going to be a cost associated with the ship depending on how much of their own control they have to have on it. If, for example, if they have to change their cargo handling equipment in order to handle the impurities that aren't being removed, then that would shift to the ship. And then what happens at the other end is important as well, but that isn't so much related to the impurity content of the cargo. Though there can be issues at the downstream terminal if they aren't prepared to take the CO2 impurities that the ship has. We've sat in some projects where all the players work together, and those are the ones that tend to work the best, especially if they're developing together, because then they can jointly have those discussions and say, we need to design our terminal to be able to handle this, and so the ship can, there are these kind of multi-party, multi-stakeholder discussions to be held, right? So the more jointly the project develops, the better, the more accurate the final outcomes would be. When it comes to venting at sea, there are a lot of safeguards within the written codes to avoid releases. That's the intent. The reason that you might have emissions that fell outside of that would be some kind of other event that resulted in, for example, pressure rise in the tank and a lifting of the relief valves. There are hazard scenarios in which that can happen, but the intention is not to release, right? Not to release at all, and then in addition to have the additional safeguards on the relief valves, so that if one were to open, it would either close or would be able to be isolated and with another active relief valve available while that valve is cleared. There are, in an extreme case, ultimately the safety of the crew and is what would take precedence. So if there were an event in which it was a matter of life on the vessel, then that would be where a release could happen within the understood parameters of how the codes cover the design. Right? The casualty case, I can't really answer that, unfortunately, but I don't see a way of recovering the CO2 easily, right? There may be controls in accident situations that could be available and put in place, but once it's released, it would be fairly difficult to recover unless it's on board, right?
Thank you, Greenpeace, and thank you, Sean. Australia, you have the floor.
Thanks, Sean, for the interesting presentation. I know it's very early on, but are you starting to see alignment on CO2 specification within vessel design?
Right now, I think the industry was waiting for someone to take the first step, right? So we're seeing a lot of projects now that there are projects that are defining their own cargo specifications, but we're seeing a lot of people default to some of those existing, competitors, or I don't know if competitors is the right word, but the existing industry developed specifications, at least as starting points, right? As you said, it's fairly early, so that may be a starting point for design, but once things drill down and the projects are better defined and the actual emissions are identified, you'll probably see changes, tweaks to that, unless members of the project commit themselves to treating the stream so that it contains whatever's in that spec. Right? So, we're seeing people like as a first point looking at what others have done. Right?
Thank you, Australia, and thank you, Sean. Seeing no further questions, we will now break for lunch and we will reconvene at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a nice lunch. I'm just briefly going to hand over to Juyun, who wants to give a brief administrative announcement.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. I also hope you had a nice lunch with the great view from the cafeteria. And I'm really happy to see that we are having truly interesting presentations and questions. Yeah. Before starting afternoon session, I just wanted to let you know on the administrative information as the Secretariat. We have a plan to share all presentations with you in due course. Yeah. Surprisingly, you know, we have the Science Day webpage on the IMO website. So you can search it with simply typing Science Day IMO on the internet. And we will upload all presentations as the PDF format in due course with brief abstracts as well. I hope this will be beneficial for all of you. Even if you can approach the materials later, I think this symposium is really a valuable opportunity to ask some questions in person in a real time. So don't be hesitate to raise your hand if you have any questions. And I just wanted to remind that all attendees online pre-registered, they can participate in the Q&A session after every presentation. Also, lastly, considering the progress, I think we will have another coffee break in the afternoon. And I'd like to suggest for all presenters to come forward to this podium before we dismiss for a coffee break so that we can take a group photo. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Francesco Astori from Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research. The title of his presentation is Italian Legislation and First Experimental Project of CO2 Geological Storage in a Depleted Gas Field. Dr. Astori, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to all delegates here in presence and everyone attending the meeting remote mode as well. And thanks to the Secretariat for giving us the opportunity during this Science Day to describe and share information and experience on the first application of Italian regulation system on a project dealing with carbon capture and storage on sub-seabed geological formation. I introduce myself. I have been working in ISPRA, the Italian Institute for Environmental Protection and Research, for 25 years. I'm an environmental inspector. I have an extensive expertise in environmental inspection and in safety management system inspection on those plants that can cause a major accident and are subjected to Seveso EU directive regulation. Additionally, I have actually a coordinating role within the CCS National Technical Secretariat, especially in evaluating these Italy first experimental projects of CO2 capture and storage that I'm going to present this afternoon. What will we discuss this afternoon? So, we will provide you with an overview of the current legislation in Italy regarding the geological storage of carbon dioxide. Additionally, we will offer a brief description of the approach used to evaluate Italy's first experimental CO2 sub-seabed geological storage project. For this second item, the focus will be on environmental protection measures and the prevention measure against accidental releases and the monitoring strategies to be implemented as well. In Italy, the Law Decree 162 of 2011, the so-called Mother Decree, transposes almost completely the CCS European Directive number 31 of 2009 and establish the first framework of measures to regulate the permanent geological storage of carbon dioxide in geological formation. It regulates administrative and technical procedures for identifying suitable storage areas, issuing exploration licensing and storage permits, define monitoring rules, inspection, interventions in case of accidental release or irregularities detected, obligation for the operator for closure and for post-closure of the site, transfer of responsibility, and guarantees financial contribution. Further law decree issued in 2020 and 2021 introduced some important amendments to the Mother Decree in order to simplify procedures for experimental storage programs referring to depleted gas or oil-filled reservoirs. Two of them was respectively that an experimental project were excluded from submission of a monitoring plan, and the programs involving an injection volume of carbon dioxide less than 100,000 tons of CO2 were excluded from the submission of an environmental impact assessment as well. The last law decree issued on December 2023, so-called Energy Decree, states that depleted offshore reservoirs are suitable storage areas for every CCS programs. In the same decree, procedural process on experimental storage programs were also well defined. The distinction between experimental program and ordinary program falls away with regards to the submission of the monitoring plan. In practice, that is that the monitoring plan now must always be submitted by the operator, also in case of experimental programs. Financial guarantees, in example, the criteria for establishing the fees the operator must put up to cover any damage to environment were better defined, and the fees for administrative and technical evaluation of the project were well defined. The decree tried also to determine two important aspects by means the activation of two research lines. The first one aimed to define the Italy CCS supply chain by passing through the estimation of cost involved in CCS project, identification of cluster of facilities considered as a source of CO2, and cluster of storage sites as well, defined in terms of storage potential capabilities. And third, identification of preferential corridors for the development of transportation facilities, principally pipelines. The second line of research regards, in fact, the implementation of technical rules for pipeline transports. Now we will explore how the process of issuing storage permits operates in Italy. It's not a simple process. We will begin by examining what the Italian regulation defines regarding this process and which authorities are involved. In Italy, the Ministry of Environment and Energy Security acts as the unique competent authority responsible for issuing storage permits. These administrative authorities issue permits based on the judgment of a technical national committee for the management of a European Directive number 87 of 2003 and for supporting Kyoto Protocol project activities. This committee is tasked with providing a technical evaluation of every CCS project. To assist in the evaluation process, the committee is supported by a technical secretariat. Additionally, the Technical Secretariat can enlist the expertise of various national technical bodies, such as my institute, ISPRA, INGV, the Volcano and the Seismic Institute in Italy, National Institute, the Alt Institute, and other technical bodies. How do we control permit requirements after issuing process? Through the coordinated efforts of 3 designated technical bodies and the implementation of various inspection procedures, compliance with storage permit requirements is effectively monitored and ensured, contributing to environmental protection and safety. These designated technical bodies are UNMIG, the National Public Offices for Mining Activities, that controls the implementation of mining policy regulation and provides technical support to the committee within the Technical Secretariat. ISPRA, my institute, that supervises environmental monitoring action carried out by the operator on the storage complex, also utilizes regional agencies for environmental protection. ISPRA also offers technical support to the committee within the Technical Secretariat and collaborates with the Regional Environmental Protection Agency. National Fire Brigade body that verifies the adoption of technical and management measures aimed at risk control and management of emergency situations. Inspection may be ordinary or scheduled at intervals of 1, 3, or 5 years. Extraordinary inspection occur in case of significant irregularities or accidental CO2 releases, if no compliance with permit condition is identified, and following reports of hazard to the environment or public health and safety. What the operator must submit to obtain a storage permit and what must be proven. In accordance with the Model Decree, the 162/1211, the operator of the plant must include the following details in the project application submitted to the competent authority. A characterization of the storage site, that is, a comprehensive evaluation from various perspectives, including geological, geotechnical, structural, seismic, and environmental aspects. An assessment of storage security, that is, documentary evidences such as studies and research, demonstrating the integrity of the cap rock and the monitoring mission on potential migration pathways for injected CO2, including active fault and fracture systems, as well as the injection well itself or other abandoned wells. This might be done by means also the application of simulated models of diffusion and behavior of CO2 in the reservoir rock. A monitoring plan, now mandatory for experimental programs below 100,000 tons, that is the implementation of an environmental monitoring system for identify parameters to monitor deviation from simulation results and intercept any adverse effect from CO2 release. A plan for corrective actions include measures to prevent significant release and technical plant irregularities, procedures to minimize CO2 leakage risk, and measures to mitigate harmful effects resulting from release. A plan for the post-closure phase that describes control measures to be implemented on closed wells after injection is completed, and demonstration of the applicant's technical and economic capacity. So, the project. The first experimental CO2 geological storage project in Italy was authorized on January 2023. The duration of the permitting process was less than 1 year. The project consisted on capture of the CO2 from emission in an offshore plant, transfer by means of existing sealands to offshore platforms in the northern Adriatic Sea, injection and permanent storage in a depleted level of a natural gas field located at a depth over than 2,000 meters for a total volume of injected CO2 of 50,000 tons with a maximum duration of 2 years, about 25 tons per year. The thickness of the water column in the affected area range from 0 to 18 meters. That it is important to note that injection will be carried out by reconditioning an old well to a depth of 315 meters and then continuing in sidetrack mode until the reservoir geological formation is intercepted at a depth of more than 2,900 meters. As this is the first CO2 storage project, a precautionary approach was adopted under which further aspects of environmental protection, not only concerning the security of the storage complex, were also analyzed. First of all, the operator was called upon the reconstruction of the static geological model, the generation of the three-dimensional dynamic model that is the simulation of CO2 injection condition, the implementation of a geophysical monitoring of soil deformation network, the implementation of microseismic monitoring network, the evaluation of tsunami risk, the implementation energy management procedures, the computation of emission of pollutants in the offshore and onshore environments generated during construction of plant. Also, accidental leakage of CO2 were also considered through model simulation of the dispersion and transport of CO2 and analysis of the potential effect on the marine environment. Two different CO2 release worst scenarios were investigated in different climate conditions. The first one was a pipe break caused by a ship anchor on the seabed. The second one, a pipe leak caused by the rupture of the pipe in a flanged fitting or by corrosion. Then an analysis of the consequence on aquatic organisms due to water acidification and thermal shock has been carried out, considering the following target species: phytoplankton, benthos, zooplankton, fishes, marine reptiles, and marine mammals. Although at the time of the project application and authorization, regulation did not request a mandatory monitoring plan because it was an experimental project, specific monitoring activities were planned, both offshore and onshore. Potential CO2 leakage to the surface, even if not likely, will be detected through well monitoring and environmental monitoring. While monitoring must verify that the performance of the injection process in terms of injection rate, physical and chemical condition of the injection stream, expected pressure and plume migration occur according to the model prediction, and at the same time CO2 confinement is guaranteed. These monitoring actions are planned both before and during the injection to measure the effect at the reservoir level, in the cover, or at the surface. Environmental monitoring aims to detect any CO2 leakage through a series of multidisciplinary surveys. They include geophysical surveys of the seabed and the water column, acoustic surveys, leak detection, physical and chemical and biochemical surveys of water and sediments. Monitoring activities will also consider the impact to marine fauna potential attributable to changing the chemistry of marine water, mainly originating from the reduction of pH values, as we saw on one of this in the previous slides. So, this slide shows just some outcomes from the evaluation process and the most significant requirements reported in the storage permit. Some of these responds to the question that our colleague of Greenpeace raised last Monday. The injection facility must be equipped with automatic injection shut-off systems in case of deviation of fluid composition from the authorized limits detected by continuous CO2 and CO measurements. As a maximum pressure limit at the bottom of well, the operator shall not exceed 24 megapascal, about 240 bar approximately. The operator shall place at the bottom of well dedicated instrumentation for continuous detection of pressure and temperature of the injection fluid. The operator shall implement a microseismic network considering realistic estimates of background seismic noise. Preventive monitoring at the beginning of the activities will also have to be carried out in order to be able to verify unperturbed condition, anti-operam requirement. With regard to the ground deformation monitoring, the operator shall install new GPS station part of shore on each existing platform currently lacking such instrumentation in order to better track deformation at the CO2 storage reservoir. If noise level potentially impacting the species Tursiops truncatus and Caretta caretta are exceeded during this operation, appropriate meeting measurement will have to be applied, such as the use of bubble curtains or other acoustic mitigation measures, until temporary shifting of operation to protect the most sensitive periods of the species involved. So, the conclusion, the Law Decree 162 of 1211 outlined the issuance of several ministerial decrees to regulate specific aspects of the activities, which, however, remained unimplemented in subsequent years. Despite the efforts made by the last decree, 181 of 2023, to address some of these shortcomings, there are still provisions awaiting implementation. Presently, in the short term, as we described before in the slide number 1, initiatives such as the CCS supply chain study and the development of CO2 transport technical regulation in pipeline are being developed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Francesco, for your interesting presentation on the environmental and technical assessments conducted to evaluate potential impacts and risks of the project. I will now open the floor for questions. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for yet another interesting presentation. And it's good to see the information being shared at a very early stage of the development of the CCS infrastructure within Italy. We had 3 questions. The first related to the justification and the implications of the 100,000 ton cutoff for requiring an environmental impact assessment. On the face of it, 100,000 tons already sounds like a lot. So we wonder, and would have, of course, is bigger than the current test project that's being done. So it's a large quantity. So could you say something about why that cutoff was made at 100,000 tons, and looking ahead, whether that could be exploited to apply for lots of small permits in order to keep below that threshold for an environmental impact assessment. The second question, you mentioned about measures to contain the harmful effects resulting from releases. And I wondered if you could describe what they could be, what in practice could be done if there is a release. And the third related to the environmental monitoring. So just to understand what the expected periodicity would be, how frequently the monitoring would be done, and how far post-closure that would be expected to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dumfries, for the question. The first was the reason of the 100,000 limit. So the limit is considered considered in relation to the storage capacity of the reservoirs. For instance, these two levels in which we are carrying out this experimental project have a capability of range from 5 million to 7 million standard cubic meter. So 100,000 tons are a very small quantity of CO2 that we can inject. Another consideration is that this reservoir already contained gas, and so they were well monitored yet. So the request was just the implementation of integrate the microseismic network and the microseismic and the ZPS for detect any other soil deformation. This is considered a limit in which, for experience, is not necessary to make an environmental impact assessment because the quantities are very small with respect to other authorization that implies more quantities to injection in the future and more quantities that we can take from oil or gas material. The second question was I don't remember. If you can repeat, please. Regarded the.
Yes, thank you. It was you had a mention on your slides of measures to contain harmful effects resulting from releases.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I remember. Yeah. But the main measure to of oil industry, on the oil extraction industry, and so they are principally valves like that prevent from blow up because the major danger is eventually problem and troubles that could derive from the injection well, because in the case of depleted reservoir have been never registered problems of release from fault and fracture systems, for instance. And the only problem that we can register is the probability of occurring a blown up accident from the injection well. So many monitoring system we can implement, and so they are from experience of oil gas extraction industry. So we not consider a problem. And the third question was some example of monitoring measure, if I remember.
It was more the frequency with which the environmental monitoring would take place and how far beyond closure of the injection.
Okay.
Thank you.
There is the monitoring measure are are aimed to detect the zero condition, so before the injection of the CO2, during the injection of the gas, and after the post-closure. And we considered a frequency of 4 survey every year during all the period of the injection of the CO2.
Thank you, Greenpeace, and thank you, Francesco. MRS, do you have the floor?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Thank you for presenting the outcome and the results, but for engineers and scientists, it's always good to dive a bit more into the details. And is the full report publicly available anywhere? Can we have the full?
So a part of the judgment was issued by the ATS committee, and the authorization permit is you have to have. It's not on internet. You have to apply a formal request to the competent authority, that is the Ministry of Environment, and or directly to the Kyoto Protocol Committee, because in the permit are reported just the requirements that are 20 requirements, 20 provisions. But the entire document are 189 pages, so you have to apply a formal request. But the normal channel of requests you can, every citizen can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I will hand over to Jon to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker is Dr. Lee Kyun Kwon, and he's a professor in Gongju National University in the Republic of Korea. Dr. Kwon will introduce the current status and vision of CCUS in the Republic of Korea. Dr. Kwon.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee-Kyun Kwon, professor of Gongju National University. I'm a geologist and researcher for CO2 storage. My major is sedimentology and stratigraphy, and I have a technical experience on CCS and oil and gas development. I was a principal researcher of KIGAM, Korean Geological Survey, and Director General of the Korea CCUS Association. I'm studying on securing CO2 storage sites, improving storage efficiencies, and innovative monitoring technologies. I would like to warmly thank IMO, London Protocol, for extending an opportunity to present at this 2024 Science Day. Today, I will talk about current status and vision of CCUS in Korea. Most of today's presentation are about policy, law, institutional, and technical aspects. So I'm worried about my presentation alone. consists of an introduction of Korea's CCUS, which is in consistency with the purpose and interests of the meeting. However, I will proceed with my presentation in the hope that the Korea's CCUS-related status will serve as a good reference for the LP scientist group. These are contents of my presentation. My presentation contents are divided into current status and future vision. As entering the new century, Korea has recognized the importance of CCUS and has made efforts to develop and commercialize the technology. Korea's technological development has been carried out according to a three-stage development strategy. The first is the phase of securing basic technology, and the second phase can be defined as technological demonstration. The current phase is expressed as a step of large-scale integrated demonstration and commercialization of CCUS technologies. In addition to technological development, the Korea's R&D activities include issues regarding safety, social acceptability, laws, and economics. The Korea's capture technology has been focusing on post-combustion capture for coal-fired power plants. The post-combustion wet absorption and dry adsorption capture technologies have completed successful demonstration of capture of more than 200 tons of CO2 per day. In terms of cost, the capture cost is estimated to be around $70 including compression and liquefaction costs. And the purity and process efficiency are also evaluated to be the world's highest level. Korea has diversified its capture sources following the policy change into a phase-out of coal-fired power plant, and is actively developing technologies for capture of CO2 in natural gas reforming process for hydrogen production, so-called blue hydrogen, and capture of low concentration CO2 from LNG power generation. Recently, the technical attempts and interest for extremely low concentration capture are expanding to direct air capture as negative emission technologies. For implementation and commercialization of CCUS in Korea, securing storage formation is one of the most fundamental prerequisites. The analysis on storage capacity and perspective for CO2 storage formation in continental shelves around the Korean peninsula have been conducted intensively in the early 2020s. The result can be summarized that the storage capacity is expected approximately 700 million tons in offshore Korea. The Korean government expects to be able to secure storage sites with a storage capacity of approximately 1 billion tons through additional exploration for offshore storage prospects, technological enhancement of storage capacity, and improvement of storage efficiency in the near future. However, this expected storage capacity is not sufficient to meet Korea's CCS goals and is corresponding only to approximately 50% of Korea's goals. And therefore, Korea has high expectations for transboundary CCS projects using overseas storage formations. The level of CO2 storage technology of Korea is relatively low because Korea has a limited experience in oil and gas development. However, the Korean government strongly supported the technological development for CO2 storage by 2010s, and consequently, the small-scale pilot project for CO2 storage was successfully carried out in 2013 2017. The Pohang CCS project stored only about 100 tons of CO2 underground in the southeastern Sea of Korea, very close to shoreline. Through this project, carried out offshore in Pohang City, we can secure the basic technologies for CO2 storage and experience the almost full chain of storage process, including offshore survey and drilling, reservoir selection and characterization, storage design, drilling and completion of injection well, injection facility construction, CO2 injection on the offshore platform, and operation of the injection facilities and offshore monitoring. The experience and knowledge from this project enable us to have the basic capabilities to plan and design the large-scale offshore CCS project in Korea. However, unfortunately, Korea's CCS faced a crisis due to the Pohang earthquake that occurred near Pohang City at the end of 2017. As this earthquake was interpreted as a triggered earthquake caused by a geothermal power generation project carried out inland area of Pohang City, a crisis of public acceptance also had an impact on the Pohang CCS research project. The Korean government quickly and actively responded to the crisis and took steps to ensure a systematic and detailed investigation into the cause of the earthquake. Through this investigation, it has been proven that there was no scientific causal relationship between the Pohang earthquake and the CCS research project. The Korean CCS researchers also publicized the necessity and safety of CCS project, making continuous and sincere communications with civil societies. Through such persuasion and communications, the crisis calmed down gradually, and Korea can get the momentum to restart CCUS again vigorously. Due to the Pohang earthquake, several CCS research projects in the 2010s have faced the crisis of public acceptance and halt of project. But through the efforts of the Korean government and CCS researchers described above, Korea's CCUS can start anew. It is also true that the tremendous historical trend for global reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon neutrality during this period helped Korea's CCUS relaunch. From now, I will introduce the vision of CCUS in Korea. Korea announced carbon neutrality pledge in 2020 and Carbon Neutrality Framework Act in 2021. This act made Korea the 14th nation in the world to legislate a vision and plan for carbon neutrality. The act sets Korea's NDC at 40% emission reductions by 2030 from 2018 levels. Subsequently, in late 2021, Korea released carbon neutrality scenario and NDC goals. The scenario suggested the net zero pathway containing an important role for CCUS. In the NDC goals and carbon neutrality scenario, Korean government emphasized the significance of market entry and expansion of business of CCUS. In the goals and scenarios, CCUS separately positioned as a sector of emission reduction technologies with renewable energy, electrification, hydrogen, energy efficiency, etc. In Korea's NDC goals, Korean government aims to reduce 11.2 million tons of CO2 emission through CCUS. This goal is very challenging and ambitious, and some people criticize it as unrealistic, considering that there has been almost no actual sequestration of CO2 through CCUS in Korea. Korea's carbon neutrality scenario is so much more challenging and ambitious. According to the scenario, Korea has to sequestrate more than 85 million tons of CO2 annually through CCUS. About 60 million tons of CO2 should be reduced annually by carbon capture and storage. The remaining more than 25 million tons of CO2 would be processed by CCU technology in Korea. This ambitious goal would be an expression of the Korean government's strong will for emission reduction of greenhouse gases through CCUS. In order to realize these ambitious goals, there are two urgent missions. One is to secure large-scale storage site in the offshore Korea, and the other is to demonstrate large-scale CCS projects. Korean government plans to launch offshore CCS project using the depleted reservoir of the East Sea gas field. The project aims to repurpose the existing gas production infrastructure into CCS facilities and upscale for sequestrate 1.2 million tons of CO2 annually. Korea also has a CCU roadmap. It is a long-term strategy for CCU technological progress and commercialization. According to the roadmap, it seeks to achieve technological competitiveness through technical improvements and innovation by next year. By 2030, it aims to achieve commercialization of key CCU technology. And finally, the roadmap set a goal of cost competitiveness by 2040. This means moving from the research stage to the commercial stage, where CCU products can compete on price in the open market. The other key strategy by Korean government is to build a CCUS legislative framework. The draft legislation was introduced to the National Assembly last year, and the single integrated CCUS law was passed early this year. The subordinate legislation will be followed within this year. The legislation will be comprehensive and streamlined, covering all aspects of the CCUS value chains and focusing on regulations for safety and environmental protects, and promoting policies such as economic incentives and industrial expansion. The Korea CCUS law proposed creation of CO2 hub and clusters as an essential strategy for commercialization and expansion of Korea. The hub and clusters will be characterized based on regional and industrial condition and circumstance, and will be expanded to a nationwide CCUS network. Transboundary CCS is a critical component to achieve Korea's carbon reduction goals together with the CCUS development within Korea. Due to limited national storage capacity, there is a need to explore and secure alternative storage options outside of Korea. In this regard, Korea's private sectors have made active efforts to advance transboundary CCS. Korean government completed the IMO deposition at April 2022 and are preparing agreements or arrangements with the partner countries such as Australia and Malaysia in accordance with the procedures proposed by IMO London Protocol. As the significant examples of Korea's transboundary CCS cooperation from the private sectors, I would like to mention Bayu-Undan CCS project with Australia and the Shepherd CCS project with Malaysia. Santos, SKENS, and other partners are working to convert natural gas production projects of the Bayu-Undan gas field into the CCS project. Samsung Engineering Consortium is also pursuing an implementation of the Malaysia offshore CCS project with the concept of transboundary CCS. In order to realize transboundary CCS in the near future, there is a time when a lot of efforts by the international communities are needed and required, together with the efforts of individual countries and private sectors. Once again, I would like to thank for listening my presentation to IMO London Protocol leaders and all offline and online delegations and the honorable presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kwon, for your presentation on how CCS will be legislated in Korea going forward. I will now open the floor for questions. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And once again, thank you for a very interesting presentation. We have just two questions. The first, we understand in relation to the Pohang trial that no causal relationship was found between the CCS activities and the seismic event. But could it be that the natural seismic events could present a longer-term risk for CCS within the Korean area? Is that something which needs particular focus? And will you be nonetheless having a system for monitoring for induced seismicity? Is that something that that will be part of the plans going forward? Because we noticed that in the document presented to this meeting, it was still very much the case that that no countries had a lot of experience with how to deal with induced seismicity. So maybe if you can say a little bit more about, nonetheless, how that would be going forward. And secondly, we note that one of the arrangements for transboundary movement of CO2 streams in the future would be with Malaysia. And with Malaysia not being a party to the London Convention and Protocol, we wondered if you could say anything about the way in which Republic of Korea will ensure, nonetheless, that the storage is done in a way that is compliant with the rules of the LCLP. Thank you.
Thank you, Greenpeace. Dr. Kwon, would you like to respond?
Okay. I agree your comments on the risk of earthquake. We are well aware of risk of leakage and earthquake resulting from CCS project. The most important thing is careful selection of storage site. Korea will verify the safety of the reservoirs through detailed marine geophysical exploration and geophysical surveys over the next 5 years. And we are focusing on the stress field analysis for predicting the possibility of natural earthquake and minimize the risk of induced seismicity. The next important thing is the leakage from the injection well or monitoring wells. The advancement of well completion technology and the application of an advanced monitoring system will be required to prevent this leakage and induce the seismicity. In addition, Beijing monitoring of marine pollution and environmental change due to leakage are also being sincerely prepared. Lastly, I would like to emphasize the importance of pressure condition to minimize the possibility of induced seismicity. We are comprehensively reviewing a variety of pressure control methods, including water production and pressure control methods applied to Australian Gorgon project. And second question is about transboundary CCS with Malaysia. We understand we know that Malaysia is not a party of London Protocol, is it right? But London Protocol applied all nations, all countries to have a transboundary CCS with London Protocol parties or not?
델리게이션은 우리 얘기한 다음에 다시 얘기를 하겠다 그러죠. 제가 대신
오케이.
Yeah, I'm sorry to disrupt, and maybe I can answer to the second question, and maybe we need to. For the second question, we need to discuss with our delegation and other delegations, so maybe we can hopefully get back to you with the answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Greenpeace, and thank you, Dr. Kwon. Okay, I don't see any further questions, so I will hand over to Jan to introduce our next presenter.
Thank you, Jessica. Next presentation will be provided by a pre-recorded video. The speaker is Mr. Bjørn Christensen from the Norwegian Environment Agency. Please understand that there will be no room for questions or comments today because the presentation was pre-recorded. However, the presenter provides a contact email on the last slide for any follow-up questions. Now let me introduce Mr. Christensen because he's not here with us today. Mr. Christensen is a senior advisor in the Norwegian Environment Agency, working in the section for petroleum and new marine industries. His agency is responsible for granting environmental permits for CO2 injection and storage in sub-sea geological structures in Norway. And this is what he will focus on his presentation today. In Norway, all activities related to full-scale storage of CO2 takes place offshore on the Norwegian continental shelf. The topic of today's presentation is environmental regulation of sub-sea geological storage of CO2 in Norway. Now let's start the video.
Hello everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation. My name is Bjørn Christensen, and I am a senior advisor in the Norwegian Environment Agency in Oslo. In my presentation, I will talk about how we regulate subsea geological storage of CO2 in Norway from an environmental perspective. So this is what I'll be focusing on. I will start by giving a short introduction to the regulatory framework for CO2 storage in Norway. Then I will say something about two ongoing storage projects at the Norwegian continental shelf. And the last part of my presentation will be dealing with the so-called Longship project, where the goal is to establish a full-scale value chain for CCS that includes capture of CO2 at industry plants, transport, injection, and storage in geological formations in the North Sea. Northern Lights is the name of the company responsible for everything in this project, except for the capture of CO2 at the industry plants. As many of you will know, Norway is not an EU member, but through the European Economic Agreement, we are accepted to take on board EU directives related to, for instance, environmental issues. We have therefore transposed the EU directive on CCS storage into Norwegian legislation. We have also joined the EU ETS, and we are a contracting party to the OSPAR Convention and the London Protocol. Then a few words about the competent authorities involved in CO2 storage in Norway. The Ministry of Energy plays a key role in this context, since they are responsible for resource management at the Norwegian continental shelf, and since the geological structures suitable for CO2 storage are regarded as a national resource. The Norwegian Environment Agency, where I work, is a directorate under the Ministry of Climate and Environment, and overall is to be the central authority for environmental regulation of CO2 storage. As indicated on my last slide, a CO2 storage operator will need permits from both the Ministry of Energy and the Norwegian Environment Agency before startup. Permits to be granted by the Ministry of Energy include an exploration permit, including certain work obligations, and an exploitation permit. In addition, operators have to make plans for development and operation of the necessary facilities, which have to be approved by the ministry. Permits to be granted by us in the Environment Agency include permits for drilling exploration wells and injection wells, permits for injection and storage of CO2, and ETS permits with requirements for how CO2 emissions and leakages are to be quantified. Then my next slides will be about the ongoing CO2 storage at Sleipner and Snøhvit, which are two gas and condensate fields at the Norwegian continental shelf, where CO2 is separated from the well stream and permanently stored in subsea geological structures. At Sleipner, in the North Sea, CO2 has been separated from the well stream and stored in a saline aquifer called the Utsira Formation since 1996. The injection rate used to be around 1 million tons per year, but is reduced drastically over the last years due to declining production. Around 19 million tons have been stored so far, and no leaks or major problems have been encountered. At Snøhvit, which is a gas and condensate field in the Barents Sea, CO2 has been separated from the well stream and stored subsea since 2008. Since there are no offshore platforms at Snøhvit, the well stream is transported to an onshore LNG plant close to the city of Hammerfest through a 145-kilometer long pipeline. The CO2 separation takes place at the LNG plant, and the CO2 is then transported back to Snøhvit through a separate pipeline for permanent storage, subsea. The injection rate at Snøhvit is about 0.7 million tons per year, and 8 million tons of CO2 has been stored so far. The picture you can see shows the parts of the LNG plant where the processing of the well stream and the separation of CO2 takes place. In contrast to the conditions on Sleipner, there have been some problems with CO2 injection and storage at Snøhvit. The CO2 injection started in the so-called Tubåen formation back in 2008, but due to rapid pressure buildup and lower capacity than predicted, the injection in this formation was stopped in 2011. The injection point was then moved upwards in order to use the shallower Stø formation for storage. However, after a few years, the operator found it necessary to once again move the injection point to avoid contamination of the producing gas reservoir by the injected CO2. New wells were therefore drilled, and since 2016, the CO2 plume has behaved as predicted and no major problems have been encountered. Then a few words about the environmental permits for Sleipner and Snøhvit. Since both of these permits were granted before the EU Storage Directive was adopted, they had to be reviewed and updated when the directive was implemented in Norway. Some new provisions on, for instance, financial security and the procedure for transferring the responsibility for the storage site from the operator to the state were then included in the permit. In the slide, I also put up some of the requirements in the permits. CO2 stream must contain more than 96% CO2. The maximum allowed injection rates and stored volumes are defined. A reservoir simulation model must be used to predict how CO2 behaves in the reservoir, and 4D seismic studies must be conducted every 3 to 4 years. The monitoring plan must be updated and approved by us every 5 years. We have also accepted parent company guarantees as financial security for these two locations. In addition to this, we have granted separate ETS permits with requirements for monitoring and quantification of CO2 emissions. This includes both ventilation when CO2 injection for some reason is closed down, and leakages which might occur. Then we come to the Longship project. As I mentioned initially, the aim of this project is to establish a full-scale value chain for CCS and demonstrate that CO2 capture and storage in geological structures at the Norwegian continental shelf is feasible and safe. This is an important issue for the Norwegian government, and the project is therefore supported financially by the Norwegian state for a period of 10 years. The project includes capture of CO2 at a cement plant and a waste incineration plant in eastern Norway, and the volumes from each of these two sites is expected to be around 400,000 tons per year. The project also includes transport of liquid CO2 from the capture plants to a terminal in western Norway by ships, and from there injection into a saline aquifer in the North Sea through a 100 kilometers long pipeline. This picture illustrates what Northern Lights is responsible for within the Longship project. As indicated inside the violet box, this includes transport, injection and storage, but not operation of the capture plants. Then a few words about the storage complex to be used by Northern Lights. The black circle indicates roughly where the storage complex is located. Primary injection well is marked with a green arrow at the top of the image, and the position of a contingency well, which can be used if needed, is marked with a red arrow. CO2 will be stored in the Cook and Johansen formations, indicated in yellow color, while the cap rock, which shall prevent CO2 from migrating upwards, is shown in dark gray. Since the formation slopes slightly upwards to the right in this image, it is expected that the CO2 plume will eventually move slowly in this direction, but not cross the boundary to the neighboring license within the next 25 years, which is the period the license for Northern Lights will be valid for. Status for the Northern Lights part of the Longship project is that most of the infrastructure, including the onshore terminal with injection facilities, a pipeline and the injection wells, are in place, and 4 ships dedicated to CO2 transport are under construction. Northern Lights' goal is to be ready for operation by the end of this year, and it is expected that the first volumes of CO2 can be delivered early next year. Then a few words about the application we have received from Northern Lights. It came to us in December 2022 and included, among other things, injection and storage of up to 1.5 million tons per year over a 25 years period, operational limits based on acceptance criteria for CO2 stream composition, pressure and temperature, and proposed plans for monitoring for corrective measures, and also a preliminary plan for post-closure activities. In addition to this, a proposal for a financial security arrangement was also included. So where are we now in the permitting process? In line with the provisions in our legislation, the application was sent to the EFTA Surveillance Agency, the ESA, for completeness check against the storage directive. We have also run a public consultation in Norway and obtained supplementary information from Northern Lights on request. And recently we sent a draft permit to ESA for completeness and compliance check against the EU directive. Hopefully the final permit will be ready by the end of this year. Then a brief summary. CO2 has been separated from natural gas and stored in geological structures at the Norwegian continental shelf since 1996. Permits for these activities have been granted in accordance with requirements in the EU Storage Directive and the EU and London Protocol guidelines. No leaks have been observed, but new injection wells had to be drilled at Snøhvit to avoid CO2 contamination of producing gas reservoir. And Northern Lights will probably be ready to operate by the end of this year and to receive the first volumes of CO2 in 2025. That was everything from me, so thank you for your attention, and please don't hesitate to contact me on this email address if you have questions.
Okay, as Jan mentioned, unfortunately, Mr. Christensen couldn't be available to answer questions, but we have his email address if anyone would like to email him questions directly. We will now break for a quick coffee break, and we'll recommence at 3:40. Just a reminder for the presenters to come to the front, please, for a group photo. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good coffee break. I will now hand over to Jan to introduce our last speaker for the day.
Thank you, Jessica. Our final presentation today will be provided by Mr. Masayuki Fujioka from the Ministry of Environment in Japan. And he will make a presentation on permitting system for CO2 sequestration in sub-seabed geological formations and related trend on CCS in Japan. Mr. Fujioka.
Thank you for your introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Masayuki Fujioka from the Ministry of the Environment, Japan. I'm an assistant manager of the Marine Environment Division in our ministry, and our division is managing the Act, which contains a permitting system for dumping waste at sea, and also a permitting system for CCS project at sea area. So our information is sometimes available only in Japanese, so I hope this presentation can be helpful for other countries to understand our domestic regulations. So let's start. So the first slide is about London Protocol, but this was already explained by the Juhyun, the Secretariat, so I'll skip this slide. So this is a basic concept of the permitting system for dumping waste at sea in Japan. So we have already developed the permitting system for dumping waste based on the London Protocol. So in principle, almost all of the types of waste are prohibited for dumping at sea, but we have some exceptional types of waste which can be permitted for disposal at sea. And in recent years, almost only dredged materials were permitted for disposal at sea in the current permitting system. And also, this exceptional types of waste is including CO2 for the purpose of CCS. And we have some specific regulations and specific stipulations on each types of waste, which can be permitted for disposal. And this box is showing the examples of the regulations of CO2 for the CCS, such as the oily matters resulting from exploration of mineral resources in the sub-seabed and seabed and the sub-seabed can be permitted for disposal. And also gases which will be injected into the sub-seabed geological formation need to be consisting overwhelmingly of CO2. This means the concentration of CO2 need to be more than 99.99% in the current permitting system. And also CCS project need to get approval by the Minister of the Environment as well as other types of waste. So this is a basic concept. So next slide is permitting criteria and processes for CCS project at sea area. We have some basic criterion for CCS project described above. The first one is geological structure should prevent negative impact on the marine environment. And second one is the situation should be monitored to identify pollutions. The third one is an important point. There is no possibilities. There's no possibilities to affect the environment in the disposal area. The fourth one is a basic important principle of the London Protocol. So there is no alternative appropriate disposal ways other than disposal under the seabed. And also applicants should have technical and financial capability to implement disposal and monitoring continuously. This is also assessed in the permitting process by the government. And the specific permitting process is described at the left side. The first one is applicants need to submit application documents to the government, and the government check whether those application documents meet the requirements described above. And after the check, the government will invite public comments for 1 month. And then the issuance disposal permit will be issued to the applicants. And during the project operation, the operators need to conduct environmental monitoring and submit report to the government. And under the current permitting system, the operators need to apply for renewal of disposal permit in every 5 years, including the monitoring plan. So the project closure phase is not covered in the current permitting system and current legislation. The right figure is showing the monitoring phases. We have 3 phases for environmental monitoring. In the environmental monitoring, the project operators set up some kind of parameters to detect the leaks of CO2. And the parameters exceeds the threshold, the phase will be transitioned from regular monitoring to precautionary monitoring. And in this phase 2, the monitoring should be conducted to judge whether a negative effect occurred or would occur. And the parameters further exceeds the threshold, the phase will be transitioned to phase 3, contingency monitoring. Under this phase, the monitoring should be continued until no negative effect is confirmed. So this is a basic concept and processes for permitting CCS project at sea area. So next slide is specific requirements for CO2 streams. We have also some specific regulations and requirements for CO2 streams. The first one is I mentioned in the first slide. The concentration of CO2 is need to be more than 99.99%. But we are regulating we are also regulating the methodologies to capture CO2. In the current system, only chemical absorption using amine is permitted. And also, we have regulations for impurities. So the concentration of impurities such as H2N2 and H2O2, N2CO, and hydrocarbon need to be measured and reported to the government by project operators. The last one is other oils rather than CO2 should not be included. But there are some cases that other types of impurities will be included in the CO2 streams. In that case, the project operators need to report about which types of impurities will be included in the CO2 streams. But those types of impurities won't have any negative impacts on the marine environment. The concentrations of those impurities doesn't need to be measured and reported to the government. And also, during the project operation, the CO2 stream needs to be measured and reported. But the applicants can select any points for measuring CO2 if it is valid that CO2 concentration does not change throughout the transportation process. In the current ongoing project, the CO2 stream is measured at 1 point, that is before the injection. This is because the injection site and the CO2 capture site is very close. So the length of transportation process is very short in the current ongoing project. So the next slide is a CCS demonstration project, which has been started from 2016. This is also introduced by the IEA in the morning session. So I'm sorry for very little letters. Please see the right figure. In this project, CO2 is captured and collected from gas supply facility and injected into the sub-seabed geological formations through the pipeline from land-based facilities. This is important interpretations of London Protocol. And we have two types of geological formations. The first one is Monbets Formation, which is consisting of mudstones, and the another one is a Takinoue Formation, which is consisting of sandstones. And we found out that it was difficult to inject CO2 in the Takinoue Formation because we have observed the increase of the pressure when the CO2 was injected in this formation. So the most of CO2 was injected and stored in the Monbets Formation, the upper one. And the total amount of CO2 which has been injected in this project is now 300,000 tons. And this project has started in 2016, and the permitting period was renewed in 2021. So at the current plan, this project will be continued until 2026. And during this project operation, we have experienced large-scale earthquakes near the project site, but we have not observed any leaks of CO2 from the storage site. And this is examples of environmental project in the Tomakomai project. So in the Tomakomai project, the relationship between PCO2 and DO was selected as parameters for environmental monitoring. So reason why these two parameters were selected are described in the left side. There are some potential parameters for environmental monitoring, such as, for example, the DIC, PCO2 and PCO2 and DO. But DIC is relatively affected by other factors in the ocean environment, and that makes it difficult to detect the exact leaks of CO2. So we selected PCO2 and DO. And also, when we select just only one parameter for environmental monitoring, it is also difficult to detect the leaks of CO2 because the parameter is always changing depending on the other factors in the ocean environment. So we selected the relationship between PCO2 and DO for the parameters. And right figure is showing the result of the environmental monitoring in Tomakomai project. The blue line is the normal conditions of each parameters, and blue circle is showing the result of the monitoring during the project. And the red line is 95% prediction intervals, which was calculated based on the blue line. And this is also used as threshold for environmental monitoring. And when the blue circles continue to exceed this red line, the monitoring phase, which I explained in the previous slide, will be transitioned to phase 2 and phase 3. So the next two slides are explaining about CCS-related policy in Japan. So this slide is Japan's medium and long-term target for GHG reduction. As you know, we are aiming to reduce GHG emission by 46% compared to 2013 by 2030. And also, we are aiming to realize net zero emission by 2050. And we consider CCS technology is important technology to realize net zero by 2000. Especially to realize net zero emissions by 2050. So next slide is a more specific policies related to CCS. As I mentioned, to realize net zero, CCS is an important technologies to reduce GHG emissions. But in principle, we are aiming to promote renewable energies and energy-saving technologies. And, but there are some areas where GHG emission is unavoidable. So for those areas, we will introduce CCS technology. So that is a basic concept and design for introducing CCS technologies to tackle against climate change. And the expected amount of CO2 which will be captured and stored in Japan by 2050 is about 120 to 240 million tons based on IEA report, thanks to IEA. And also we have already developed GX promotion strategy, which was decided by Cabinet in July 2026. And in this strategy, it is stipulated that to develop business environment for starting CCS by 2030, it is important to develop relevant legal frameworks for expanding the CCS business from 2030 to 2050. The bottom figure is showing the image of introducing CCS, which I explained as the first bullet point. So the next slide is potential CCS projects in Japan. We have 7 potential projects, CCS project at sea area. The yellow area was already selected as potential storage site by JOGMEC. The JOGMEC is a Japan Organization for Metal and Energy Security under the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And they are always usually dealing with gas and oil facility, so they have knowledge about the geological formation, kind of that. And please see the project number 6 and 7. Bottom 2 projects. These 2 projects are aiming to capture CO2 and export the CO2 to the other countries. So project number 6 is aiming to export CO2 to the Malaysia, and 7 is for Oceania. So we are now discussing whether we can ratify 2009 amendment of the London Protocol in the Diet, but we don't have enough discussions about the bilateral agreement and any other specific rules for import and export of CO2. So this is our future consideration. I'm sorry for many letters. So far, I have explained about the current permitting system under the current act, but actually we have already developed the new updated act on carbon dioxide storage business, which was already decided by the Cabinet in February 2024. The main objective of this new act is to develop the business environment to expand the CCS business by 2030. So the main point is that this role is mainly managed by the Ministry of the Economy, Trade and Industry. The current permitting system is mainly managed by the Ministry of the Environment, but that was changed. But the protecting marine environment is still important point of view. So the Minister of the Environment will jointly manage necessary measures with the Minister of the Economy, Trade and Industry from the point of view of the marine environment conservation. This is a kind of keeping the balance between the promotions of CCS project and protecting marine environment. And there are some points, but I will explain in the next slide. So this is a basic concept and processes for the permitting processes for CCS project at sea and a new act on CCS. So in this new act, the left one, the Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry, called METI, will designate the specific area as a potential storage site. And after the designation, they will open call for exploratory excavations and CO2 storage. And then the applicants will submit application documents, which include kind of base studies. And after that, the METI will select the most appropriate applicant as project operators. And after the selection, the operators need to submit implementation plan. After the approval, the project will be started. And during the project operation, this is not changed by the current permitting system. So project operators need to conduct monitoring and submit report to the government. And the last two phases, these two phases are not covered in the current act, but this is newly added in this new act. So post-injection, the operators need to submit closure plan to the government. And after the approval by the government, the responsibility of the project will be transitioned from project operators to the JOGMEC. The JOGMEC is which I mentioned. And the JOGMEC will continue to conduct environmental monitoring and submit report to the government. And also, Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry need to get agreement with the Minister of the Environment in each steps of this permitting system. So this is a whole of the design of this new act, but we need to develop more detail in the future. So maybe this is the last slide. So about the schedules and the future considerations. About the schedules, as I explained, we have already developed and submitted the new updated act, and this is now under discussion in the Diet. So if this new act is successfully passed in the Diet, this new act will be fully operated within 2 years. And also, we are discussing whether we can ratify 2009 amendment of the London Protocol in the Diet. So maybe we can share the updated information in the next LCLP meeting. And also, there are some future considerations in terms of marine environmental protection. The first one is we need to develop the detailed permit criteria and processes for project closure. This is newly added in the new act. And second one is we need to continue to brush up methodologies for environmental impact assessment, especially in the designations of specific areas. The last one, not least, it is also important point in the waste assessment guidelines of the London Protocol. We need to seek for more appropriate and effective ways to promote public consensus around project sites. So that's it from my presentation. So thank you for your kind attention. If you have any questions or comments, please give me.
Thank you, Masayuki, for your presentation on Japan's permitting criteria and process for CCS. I now open the floor for questions. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to Japan for such a comprehensive overview of the system in place and the new developments. We had 3 questions. So the first, the conditions that are placed for the site selection seem to be very stringent, very strict, with one condition being that there is no possibility to affect the environment in the disposal area. So I just wondered if you could say what type of evidence would be required to support the conclusion that there's no possibility, and also what is meant by the disposal area. So if that's just in the injection site, or if that's the whole area of the reservoir. The second question, again, the 99.99% criterion for CO2 is impressive, and we wondered whether that, for practical reasons, might rule out some potential sources of CO2 streams, because the energy that would be required to reach 99.99% would be so high. And the third question relates to that very clever system that you've proposed for not just looking at PCO2, but the relationship between PCO2 and dissolved oxygen. That looks very sophisticated. And I wondered if you could say how far the limit value would need to be exceeded, or on how many occasions would it need to be exceeded to trigger the extended monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. About the first point, you know, about the conditions for the site selections, we will conduct the kind of studies and surveys for the kind of active geological formations around project site. And we have, you know, we have many earthquakes in Japan, so we have many informations related to the geological formations and also active geological formations. And we will check those kind of informations in the permitting processes. And also about the, your next question about the injection site or reservoir, we will cover the including the reservoir and the injection site. And second point, the concentration of CO2. Yes, there are many opinions to decrease the concentration of these regulations from the project operators, but the important point is to prevent the kind of negative impact on the marine environment, and the concentration is just one indicator. So maybe in the future project, we will accept several sources of CO2, and there are many other types of methodologies in place in the future. So we need to consider so the concentrations and impurities in detail, and then we will update these regulations. And the last question is environmental. Environmental monitoring. So we set up the threshold for environmental monitoring, and actually the parameters will exceed. When parameter exceeds the threshold, the monitoring phase will be transitioned into precautionary monitoring, and they continue to monitoring with cautiously, and then the negative impact is not confirmed. Negative impact is not confirmed. After negative impact is not confirmed, the monitoring phase will be transitioned from 2 to 1. So we have not we don't have any specific levels of what you mentioned, but we have such kind of system. So thank you.
Thank you, Greenpeace and Masayuki. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you for an interesting talk. Just coming back to the DO and PCO2 measurement. So I know that was partially set by a baseline characterization in the marine environment in which Tamakamai project is in. What would you consider an appropriate baseline length for environmental monitoring? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. So yes, blue line is a kind of baseline for environmental monitoring, and this is ordinary conditions of each parameters. And if the CO2 leaks from the storage site, the parameters will be may exceed this red line. And this red line is just calculated by the 95% prediction intervals. And this means there are any possibilities of CO2 leaks. So this is a kind of concept of developing the stress fault for environmental monitoring. Does it make sense? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. IEA GHG, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for the presentation and the updates. And thank you also in general to the Tamakamai project for sharing the learnings from that project, a CO2 project in a seismically active area, and the work around the pressure interfaces there and the stress is very useful, I think, for others to learn from. But my question actually is very similar to Greenpeace's second question about the 99.99% CO2 in the CO2 stream. Are there any plans to revise that? Because it does limit the CO2 sources. You can just about achieve that with amine capture. As you point out, your regulation is only for amine capture. But for air separation units to do with integrated gasification projects or oxy-fuel, or even the Sleipner project in Norway with gas separation on platform and injecting with a bit of nitrogen, it would exclude all these other sources if it remains at 99.99. So are there plans to revise that in the regulations being developed? Thank you.
Thank you for your good questions. Yes, we are now discussing whether we can accept other types of methodologies and other types of, is there any possibilities to change the concentrations of regulations? But we are now collecting the information and the experiences for all those points. So maybe in the future, this regulation will be updated, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. ACOPS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for a very informative presentation. I just have a question on the reference you made to the fact that one of the many measures or regulations that you've put in place relates to unavoidable carbon dioxide streams. And so I was wondering how this is in practice put in place. So I understand from the presentation that for the moment you're primarily considering sources that are sources of carbon dioxide streams that would be from Japan. So I suppose that it's easier to trace. But so what are the mechanisms that you put in place, and are there specific sources that you have already identified that you would consider to not be acceptable, and etc.? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, it is a very difficult point, and we don't have any standards and regulations for judging whether the CO2 emission is avoidable or not. But we will check such kind of sectors and processes where the GHG is emitted. In the gas supply facilities, there are many processes, and for some part, we can reduce GHG emissions by switching from fossil fuel to the renewable energies, and also sometimes it is possible to introduce other energy-saving techniques. But and we will check those types of possibilities of introducing other types of measures to reduce GHG emission. That is the current our kind of assessment for this point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Masayuki. We will now just allow a moment for the chair of the scientific groups to come to the podium. Moving on to our final agenda item of the day, discussion and closing remarks. Today we had the opportunity to hear about how CCS is being researched, assessed, and regulated in various countries. Thank you to the presenters for giving us all the opportunity to learn from your valuable research and experiences around this important topic. As we have heard, the London Protocol is crucial in facilitating and managing the disposal of CO2 streams at sea, as well as the cross-border transport of CO2 streams. The LC and LP have so far been the most advanced international regulatory instruments addressing carbon capture and sequestration in sub-seabed geological formations. Interest in the LC-LP is increasing rapidly as the number of CCS projects worldwide increase. The scientific groups have done immense work in the field of CCS to ensure that new technologies with the potential to cause harm to the marine environment are effectively controlled and regulated. It is hoped that the information shared today could lead to further ratifications of the 2009 amendment. The information shared today will also inform the work of the correspondence group on experiences with the carbon dioxide streams assessment guidelines going forward, specifically allowing them to further elaborate their questionnaires. I would encourage everyone to read the summary report of responses to the questionnaires on CCS experiences submitted by the correspondence group, if you have not already done so. I would now like to open the floor for further comments and reflections. Greenpeace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we're aware that we've taken the floor many times today, so we'll be brief. But we just wanted to thank all of the speakers and to say that genuinely we feel this has been one of the most focused and useful science groups, science days that we've had so far. I think all of the presentations were directly relevant to the issue and also directly relevant to the work of the scientific groups and also, of course, to the governing bodies. So I really appreciate the attention that's been taken by all the presenters to make their presentations so relevant and useful to the work of these bodies. So that was all, and just to say thank you to you, Chair, for very effective organisation of us today and keeping us on track. And yeah, it's been a very useful exercise, and we hope that it's been as valuable also for online participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Greenpeace, for your comments. IEA GHG, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to add our thanks also to the leads in the correspondence group, I think the paper SG 47/4 was really interesting. The survey idea was interesting, and their assimilation and summary of the responses to the questions. Very interesting document, and we look forward to participating in this correspondence group going forwards and sharing what we can from IHHG based upon the learnings that we gained from our own activities and workshops. So thank you very much to the two leads for that correspondence group.
Thank you, IEAGHG. Any further comments from the floor? Okay. In that case, I will hand over to the chair of the scientific groups for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair for today. So you did very well. And also to the second Vice Chair. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and all attendees to this Science Day in presence, remotely, or by the online streaming. It was such a pleasure to have you in this symposium of the CCS and experience with 2012 specific guidelines for the assessment of carbon dioxide for disposal into seabed geological formation. This topic on CCS was pushing up in the last year, and today it was recalled that it was first introduced by the governing bodies in 2006, when the contracting parties adopted the amendment to Annex 1 of the London Protocol to regulate this matter. And this amendment, I want to highlight once again that created a legal basis in the international environmental law to regulate carbon capture and storage in sub-seabed geological formation. And they were extensively highlighted in today's presentation. And also, then I want to recall that in 2009, the amendment of Article 6 concerning the export of waste for dumping purpose, but as to enter into force because today only 11 parties has accepted this amendment. So I underline the need to promote the acceptance of this amendment. But in this regard, I want to thank, as other attendees, delegates highlighted the importance of the work of this week during the scientific group meeting in the item 4 and the work of the correspondence group and the working group on CCS and guidelines. And also, I want to recall the 2019 provisional application of the amendment of Article 6 in order to advance the CCS transboundary project. I believe that all the presentation of today were very useful to highlight the status of development of the CCF from LCLP, starting from domestic legislation and its implementation, methodological application and permitting system in different countries across the world. I also appreciated today the contribution by the American Bureau of Shipping, EU, on ship design for CO2 transportation. As the chair of the scientific group of the London Convention, London Protocol, I wish to thank all the speakers who provide a remarkable contribution to the Science Day. I want to express my warm gratitude to Ms. Jessica Mans and Dr. Yon Chang, respectively the first and second vice chair, for your excellent work done in the organization, chairing, and the Science Day. You succeed very well. Yeah. I also want to extend my best thanks to LCLP Secretariat and the IMO staff all for the valued support to the Vice Chair. A special mention to Ms. Jerome Park, who has been so helpful, focused and competent in the preparation and support to the symposium, as well giving the introductory talk this morning. I want to remind that all the presentations held today will be made available in the web page dedicated to Science Day in the IMO website, as well as the YouTube stream, in order to be accessed and spread over the wider audience. Finally, I want to highlight the importance of the Science Day as a full-day symposium to provide insight and contribution on an important topic chosen by parties of the LCLP in a more informal pencil-down setting. The resume of face-to-face meeting after the COVID is preferable to enhance the interaction, but as well as the hybrid infrastructure and the online stream accessible to public provided a wider audience, notably students and other interested stakeholders. Among them, I want to mention the students of Graduate School of the London Protocol Engineering Master of Project Administration, LPM, from the Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. So I wish once again to thank you all for attending and all the speakers, and of course, all to the chair of today. Back to you, Chair, to conclude.
Okay, I would like to officially conclude the Science Day. Thank you everyone for your attendance and participation.